The Devil and All His Works by Dennis Wheatley. Just my study and reading of it. I am not somebody who would be... so anyway, so first we get in here. Shoot. What does it say here? Diagram believed the extremely potent raising spirit find in treasure. To find treasure. This is this right here on the right, and it's got a square with all this stuff, and then the opposite is a minaret and tens in Persia, which then requires me to go like that and look at that. That's a minaret, and then I'm going to need to borrow again. And then was the Kabbalah. Well, so far, I've been doing a lot of reading about spiritual practices and the different religions that influence the world. So now it's the Kabbalah. So I The Kabbalah is the keystone of all mysticism. It is said by some to have been divulged to Abraham by God. But the probability is that the Jews learned it from the Egyptians and the Babylonian priests. In any case, for many centuries, it remained the closely guarded secret of the Jewish wise men. The word is derived from the Hebrew quibble, to receive, and signifies knowledge handed down by tradition. Its doctrines are contained mainly in the Sefer Zohar, the Book of the Splendor, and the Sefer Yetzirah, the Book of Formation. They furnish the 32 ways of wisdom, the 52 doors of knowledge, and the 72 names of deity. It is believed by initiates that the universe consists of 9 spheres, the outer one being that of God, the next are the stars, then comes the sun, and then the fifth planets and the moon. On the being set forth from God, the Spirit penetrated all other spheres, collecting a varying degree of their quantities of each, formed Jupiter, ambition, from Venus, capacity to love, from Saturn, melancholy, and so on. Then on reaching Earth, it received its covering of flesh. At death, the reverse happens. According to Kabbalists, if one knows the way to go about it, one did not have to die in order to return to God. This could be achieved if one possessed the magic formula for leaving one's body and penetrating the spheres. The difficulty was that on leaving Earth, the spirit had to make its way through hordes of demons. I think they're right about that. I think they're absolutely right about that one, from my own personal observations. Which is interesting that I'm saying that. And the Demiurge, that each sphere was guarded by a phalanx of angels that would do their utmost to turn it back. In consequence, it is impossible to complete this hazardous journey unless one went armed with a great number of words of power, the use of which would paralyze the evil spirits and compel each set of angels to open its gates. If the spirit did succeed in achieving this mystical ascent, it not only became one with God, but on its return to its body possessed the power of God. In preparation for attempting to attain his objective, the Kabbalist had to train himself to perfect physical fitness by exercise that have some resemblance of yoga. And this is the alchemist correspondence of the macrocosm and the microcosm. And then, so you see a lot of the symbology. Well, at least you've seen before. There's the dude right there, and all the sun, and then the lion, and there. Isn't that interesting? So basically, it looks like the Kabbalah is like an amalgamation of different ideas, religious practices. Breathing is in regular rhythm was very important. Also, the achievement complete immobility for long periods. For this, he did not allow himself to assume a relaxed position. On contrary, it had to be done while the body was contorted. For example, standing on one leg and clasping the ankle of the raised leg with one hand while holding the other straight up in the air. The key to this mystery was embodied in the Sephirotic tree. Its symbols represented the whole of creation and all the phenomena of the universe, reconciling the unity every apparent diversity. On the right hand is the male, on the left side is female, in the middle is bisexual. It is at once a macrocosm, which is the universe in the form of God. The opposite is Interior Santa Sophia, Istanbul, overleads to death as end of all. And then this drawing, of course, is the Jewish Kabbalists holding the Sephirotic tree. And the microcosm, which is an infinitely tiny copy of the same in the form of man. The lowest Sephiroth, the Melkoth, stands for the kingdom, the one above. Yeshod for the foundation. The next two above, to the left, Hod, Had, I guess would be, for honor, and the right, Netza, for victory. The middle circle stands for Teferath, which is both comeliness and glory. Above again, to the left, Jabura for power, and on the right, Hesed for both benignity and grace. The top pair on the left, Benah, for understanding, and on the right, Hukmah for wisdom. On the apex, Kether, the crown. Sometimes the tree is shown as a man. The upright triangle represents his head, and the middle branch, his trunk, and the arms and lower triangle, his genitals and legs. The branches of the tree form three triangles. The the lower two pointing up downward. The top triangle indicates the creative force in God and the universe. The second human trinity of Father, Son, Mother, and Child. The third forces that play on man, impulse, and animality, and oh God, my tongue won't work. I know how to say it, but I'm not able to say it, so I'll just do it again. Sorry. Animality. You don't know how to say that.
Animality.
Animality. Which animality animality is animalism, animality, the animal nature or character, animality, the physical instinctive behavior or qualities. I'm learning. I'm not a teacher, so. Anomaly. So impulse, anomaly, and thought. Each branch of the tree is a path to a higher wisdom. Its esoteric ramifications are so many and so complicated that only a brain of the first order is capable of grasping them all. Well, that's not what will be me. It is believed that the initiates among the Gnostics had mastered these secrets, but they were unknown to the Christians in the Middle Ages, and most jealously guarded by the Jews, being handed down by a very limited number of rabbis from one to another. After the fall of Jerusalem in 70 AD, the great dispersal followed. Communities of Jews migrated from Palestine to all parts of the Near East. In some places they were allowed to settle in peace. At others, as the Christians grew more powerful, the Jews were persecuted as a race that had caused Christ to be crucified, even though there's no proof that Christ even existed. It's amazing. And were driven to move further afield in the hope of better fortune. Islam was more tolerant of them, and in the wake of the Moors, considerable numbers of them settled in Spain. From there, they slowly penetrated every country in Europe. Until the 16th century, they succeeded in retaining the secrets of the Kabbalah, but after that, either from stolen manuscripts or by other means, Latin translations of the Kabbalistic doctrines were made. The Church looked on the study such a subject as heresy in the first degree, and those were the days when the dungeons of the Holy Inquisition were crammed with poor wretches awaiting trial only on the mere suspicion of having transgressed the ordinances of the Church. In consequence, the secrets of the Kabbalah continued to be guarded as closely as ever by Jews and Christians alike who had penetrated them. The Dark Ages. Christian contribution to the world. In the first century after the death of Christ, the new religion gained many converts. Its doctrines of equality before God, that Christ had died to save the mankind, that repentance of sins assured their forgiveness, and that a rich man could not enter the kingdom of heaven, naturally had a strong appeal to the slaves, to the poor, and the humble. Moreover, considerable numbers of humane intellectuals among the higher classes were won over by this new faith that promised salvation to those who regarded all men as brothers and led unselfish lives. Antioch became the first stronghold of the Christians. The mission of St. Paul and of the disciples secured many thousands of converts in Asia Minor, Greece, and Egypt. In Rome, for a while, the Christians were driven underground and had to celebrate the new mystery of the sacrament down in the catacombs. But Constantine the Great made it the state religion from then on for several centuries until the coming of Mahomet. The power of Christian church increased throughout all the Mediterranean lands. Yet, in those early centuries after Christ, its bishops, with some exceptions, look at the stonework, the masonry work. So what was that picture of? It looks like Dante's Inferno or something. The death at the end of all. The opposite is the interior of Santa Sofia, that's in Istanbul. And then I guess that must be the death of all right here. But it's quite a painting. Very morbid. Then there's that classic one of the opposite, the Saint Wolfgang forcing the devil to act as the holder for prayer books. And then chains worn by Russian clergy and self-mortification. That's pretty sick. So we're very far from being ascetic. It has so rightly been said that power corrupts, and the majority of the chief priests of Christianity were no exception to that rule. They were more concerned with politics than saving souls, and at their conferences spent much of their time seeking praise for their eloquence and reasoning abilities and debating obscure points of doctrine, such as how many angels could stand on the point of a needle. With the final partition of the empire in AD 364, there came the Great Schism. In the West, the successors of St. Peter continued to hold sway from Rome over the Christians in their half of the empire. In the East, the bishops of Byzantium asserted their independence and, as patriarchs, became the chief priests of the Greek Orthodox Church. In AD 410, Alaric the Goth sacked Rome. So Alarx, the Goth, sacked Rome. As a ransom for the defeated empire, he demanded his weight in gold, then contemptuously threw his sword into the big scales for extra measure. And so ended the empire of the West. But as had always proved to be the case except with the Jews, the victors feared the God of the vanquished. So the papacy was allowed to continue, and in course of time, ever greater numbers of barbarians became Christians, owing spiritual alliance to the Pope. As the power of the papacy grew, the popes tended more and more only to pretend humility in public. In private, they surrounded themselves with luxury until it became accepted that they were powerful potentates of the equal and in their status as God's vicar on earth, the superiors of kings. They piled up treasures and recruited armies. In papal bulls, they fomented against anyone who attempted to curb their power and, as a last resort, blackmailed them with threats of excommunication. And the Byzantium, there continued to be an emperor, but the patriarchs wield greater power and also lived in luxury, holding court in their palaces. They were later in the happy position of being able to make great fortunes by negotiating the purchase of supplies for the armies of the Crusaders during their campaigns to capture Jerusalem. The degree of indifference to Christian morality in Byzantium can be judged by the fact that Theodosia, who had been a prostitute, became an empress. Between the higher priesthoods of the two churches, there was little to choose, except that of the Greeks, where they're more civilized. Clean living, truly pious priests were a small minority. The great majority openly kept mistresses and indulged in every sort of vice. One calls to mind the entertainments given by Borgio Pope Alexander VI. On one occasion, for his guests' amusement, he engaged the 100 most beautiful courtesans in Rome. He engaged the 100 most beautiful courtesans in Rome, had them stripped naked in his ballroom, and there copulated with his men at arms, having offered valuable prizes for the couple who performed in most lascivious positions, while his daughter, the beautiful Lucretia, and other ladies in his court looked on and applauded. Similar exhibitions were given by early popes and the patriarchs of Byzantium. There can be no doubt. Meanwhile, genuinely holy lives were being led by exceptional characters like Saint Francis of Assisi. In both empires, side by side with Christianity, the old pagan beliefs were still held by vast numbers of people, and the only most truly pious clergy escaped contamination by them. The result was that many priests pandered to their congregations by introducing into their services parts of the old rituals only thinly disguised. Superstition was as rife as ever, and many of the clergy, high and low, practiced sorcery. Pope Louis the Great in the 5th century, Pope Honorius in the 7th century, and Pope Sylvester II in the 9th century all practiced black magic. One of the most famous books of magic is the Grimoire of Pope Honorius. Okay, let's figure it out. Let's say that instead of pretending I know how to say it.
Honorius.
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 Honorius. This sounds like horny ass. Honorius. The Grimoire of Pope Let's see if we can find that one. Yeah, it looks like we might be able to. Doesn't sound like a pleasant read. So we never, like I said, Christianity it's black magic. It's what it is. Unfortunately, I mean, a pious person doesn't need any religion to be pious. You just need to be a decent human being and mind your own damn business and focus on the Creator. So we got this shirt here. Opposite is Temptation of Saint Anthony right here. Interesting, this thing going on with the trees and the things associated with the trees. And I tell you, I filmed things in the trees. So that's very interesting to me. And the three medieval clerics carving in Westchester Cathedral. And I want to copy this because this will go along with my research and the trees and the spirit realm. I'm not telling anybody to do anything with it. You do whatever you want with it. I'm just doing my research. Temptation of St. Anthony. And it's a question, isn't it? I should capitalize these things, but and the trees. I think it's a personal choice how pious one wants to be. In a strange way, my life is extremely pious. In fact, it's extremely pious. In fact, it's beyond question. Here's the thing. So I guess it's not part 6. It must be part. Let me see something. This must be part 5 instead of part 6. I said earlier in this recording it's part 6, but it must be part 5. And I need to do a few things here. Oh, it doesn't matter. I can wait till afterwards. Okay, I got that all the way, so that's downloaded. Okay, so piousness. I mean, I have an extremely pious life. I don't even know if it's by choice. I don't think it is by choice. I think I've been forced into it. This comes to this whole predeterminism. I didn't, in a million years, thought that this is what I'd be doing. 55-year-olds sounding like a 16-year-old idiot, trying to figure out stuff, living a pretty much monastic life. I lived like a monk, like a hermit, I call myself the 14 digital shaman just for fun, or the Lord of O.R.D, but I'm just a monk. I'm just with no religion, and no specific God or anything. But I live a very chaste life, very boring life, extremely boring life. But it is what it is. So, to the end of this section, on the lighter note, the problem is those people that pretend that they have a better life, it's just all it is, pretending, and it usually ends up the same old thing, doing a lot of drugs, hopefully screwing somebody, pretending that we're bigger shots than we actually are, and it's just a waste of freaking energy. So, to the end of this section, on a lighter note, perhaps I may be permitted to quote a passage from that delightfully amusing book, The Twilight of the Gods, by the late Richard Garnett, sometimes chief librarian of the British Museum Library. It will be a tough business, observed the sorcerer. It will require fumigations. Yes, said the bishop, and suffumigations. Aloes mastic, advised the sorcerer. Ah, ascended the bishop, Red Sanders. We must call it a premium mutation, said the warlock. Clearly, said the bishop, an amoiram. Triangle, said the sorcerer. Pinnacle, said the bishop. There you go, pinnacle, said the bishop. And the hour of Mithon, said the sorcerer. I should have thought Tafrek, suggested the bishop, but I defer to you better judgment. I can have the blood of a goat, queried the wizard. Yes, said the bishop, and of a monkey also. Does your lordship think that one might venture to go so far as a little weaned child? If absolutely necessary, said the bishop, I am delighted to find such liberality and sentiment on your lordship's part, said the sorcerer. Your lordship is evidently of the profession. It is not difficult to suppose that many of the conversations on more or less similar lines took place in the Dark Ages. That's so ridiculous. Here, you just put your hands together and put a costume on. Everyone will think you're a saint. It's quite ridiculous. What the hell are we looking here at? Yeah. That looks like Mar del Sur, Pacific Ocean. The Incas. That's right. The opposite is the mummy of a woman from ancient Peru. Well, that's what we're all going to look like someday, if you're lucky. The rest of us are going to end up looking like a bag of bones and dust. The Incas. Is that the greatest accomplishment that we can make, anyways? While Europe continued to languish in the Dark Ages, one of the most remarkable civilizations of all time was developing in South America. On this Pacific coast, the nomads who had managed or migrated from Asia across the Bering Strait, which I don't believe that's how it happened. It makes no sense. They had to sail. They had boats and they had to sail. They say there was 2 mile thick of ice. And how many miles of ice? And yeah, and I didn't. I mean, it could have, but I doubt it. It makes more sense that they just sailed. I don't know why it's so hard for us to accept that they had technology 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 years ago, boats. We just got through reading about that technology. Anyways, on the Pacific coast, the nomads had migrated from Asia across the Bering Strait and gradually populated America's continent, and in the neighborhood of Peru emerged from barbarism about 2,500 BC. I don't know about that one. Pottery and other objects recovered in recent times from graves by archaeologists show that they have achieved a fair degree of culture, but very little is known about them because of the Incas' policy, like that of the Spaniards who conquered them, was as far as possible to eliminate all evidence of the culture of their predecessors. Their principal god is said to have taken the form of a cat, but I suggest that it is more likely to have been that of a puma. So vague is our information about the early Andean people that the experts cannot date within 200 years the blossoming of the mochicas. But it is thought that they flourished in Peru for some 700 years until they were overcome by Tiahuanacas around about 1000. However, the Machicas were builders on no small scale, for there are still the remains of enormous pyramids raised by them to the sun and moon near Trujillo. The former is estimated to be formed of 130 million sun-dried mud bricks. The Tiahuanacos originated in the Bolivian Andes near Lake Titicaca. Swooping down from their mountains to the coast, they took over the Mochica Empire and became for some 300 years the most powerful nation in those parts. Towards the end of that period, there were many wars between the rival people, from which the Chimas emerged as a dominant race. So the Chimas. And their capital, Chan, was near Trujillo. Owing to the lack of water, it is now derelict and deserted, but its ruins cover 8 square miles and consist of big rectangular blocks of houses, lofty walls and reservoirs, and pyramid temples, all built out of adobe mud, and was for these people that the Incas inherited their highly developed system of government and social stratification from god kings down to peasants. Like the Aztecs in Mexico, the Incas came late in the scene. Their first emperor, Manco Capac, who may be only a legendary figure, is said to have lived about AD 1050, and it was not until some 200 years later that the expansion of the race began. But under their ninth emperor, Pachacutec, it was incredibly rapid. Between about 1550 to 1500, they conquered practically the whole of South American, littoral between the Andes and the sea. From their capital, Cusco, 11,000 feet in the heart of the mountains, the Lord Incas ruled with absolute power from the borders of the Ecuador down to the central Chile, a distance of over 3,000 miles. That is very nearly as far as from London to Khartoum. Cusco, did I say that wrong again? Khartoum. Do I still have that? Or do I not? Oh, it doesn't matter. Khartoum? It doesn't matter. Where it doesn't matter. It matters to me that I'll be able to at least say it once right. Or maybe twice. Where was I at? I got lost of Khartoum. 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 Why did it say the damn thing? Did you already learn it once? I did, and I forgot.
Khartoum.
And I did say it. What does Khartoum mean in Arabic? Trunk. The origin of the word is Khartoum is uncertain. One folk etymology is that it derives from the Arabic Khartoum, trunk or hose. The trunk of a tree? Khartoum. And we just lost something there. Khartoum. Most of you probably know what it means. It's located in Sudan and Africa. Most of you are smarter than me. So, anyways. Cusco is perhaps the most remarkable city ever built. Its palaces, houses, and towering walls all consist of huge blocks of stone, so skillfully dressed and fitted that it is impossible to get even a piece of paper between them. Now, we've been hearing this my whole life. Half a century. The only buildings comparable to them are those of the pre-Hellenists at Marcine and Tyrines. Tyrins, the pre-Hellenists of Mycenes and Tyrines, and were two civilizations not separated by 3,000 miles. One would be tempted to believe that the Incas had learned how to raise monoliths from the early Greeks, but the Greek cities were incomparably smaller than those of the Incas, and the latter were faced with an additional problem of having two man-hauled blocks of stone weighing up to 200 tons of rugged precipitous mountains before they could even begin to get them in position. The streets of the city formed a gridiron converging to two central plazas, the principal one of which was called Hayakapata. Is that how you pronounce it? Hayakapata. Joy Square. So Hayakapata. Hayakapata. Joy Square. On it stood the great temple of the sun and others of the moon, stars, lightning, and rainbow. The walls of the city and its largest buildings were not carved like those in Mexico. And there's another one of their mummies. Good God, look at what they did to that poor girl's face. And I guess that was something to be desired, huh? Opposite is a shrunken head used by Javaro Indians in Ecuador as a powerful element of magic. I had an Ecuadorian girlfriend and she had hair like that. I want to see how much magic she's put on me. Incas only form of writing a group of knotted strings. Oh, that's okay. Do it one else. Okay. But they were covered with golden plates. Each weighed about 10 pounds. What their appearance must have been in strong sunlight dazzled the imagination. Let's go back a little bit here so I know what the hell I just read. The walls of the city and its largest buildings were not carved like those of Mexico. But they were covered with gold plates, each weighing 10 up to 10 pounds. What their appearance must have been in the strong sunlight dazzled the imaginations. Dazzles imagination. Yet there were still greater wonders. Adjoining the temple of the sun was the sanctuary of the priests, and in it there was a garden of whose like no European had ever dreamt. Paths and grass and clods of earth, life-size flowers, and a maze with corn cobs were all made in solid gold. So were 20 llamas with their young, life-size shepherds with slings and crooks to watch them. All made of solid gold. Cusco was only one of the many fine Inca cities, each having a huge adjacent fort to guard it, and the roads that linked them were another marvel. They surpassed even the Roman roads, the longest of which was from the frontier of Scotland to Jerusalem. The Incas' coastal road was 2,520 miles long, and their inland road along the Andes, which in parts touched an altitude of 17,160 feet and was 3,250 miles long. Moreover, the standard width was 24 feet, where there were many other running laterally down the valleys from the mountains to the coast, scores of bridges of several different types. The most famous of these was the bridge of San Luis Rey. It was a suspension bridge some 300 feet above the bottom of a valley, made of grass rope as thick as a man's body and 280 feet long. This bridge was constructed by the Incas in 1350 and continued in use until 1890, 540 years. Had the ancients had such a bridge, they would surely have acclaimed it as the eighth wonder of the world. The main object of this wonderful system of communications was military. It enabled the Lord Inca to dispatch forces in an incredibly short time to any part of his vast dominions threatened by invasion or rebellion. And the information of possible trouble reached him with amazing speed. Relays of runners were stationed along the roads. News could be brought by them from Quito in the far north to the capital, a distance of 1,250 miles, in 5 days and nights. Wow. This was faster than Roman couriers and equal only by the pony gallopers of Genghis Khan. It was not only in their road systems that the Incas resembled the Romans, they also did so in their love of law and order and the admirable administration of their empire. Each year a session was taken From each territory, a certain number of men were called up for the army, and others to maintain the roads. Each township held its agricultural land in common. Annually, it was shared out of the accordance with the number of available workers in each family. To the town or villages was then taxed in accordance with their output. At a certain age, every man had to take a wife, and each child of the marriage was duly registered. All this is the more remarkable in that the Incas had no means of writing. They sent their messages and kept them records by a complicated system of differently colored strings in which they tied to groups of knots in intervals. The laws were strict, and their form of justice is to be admired, for the punishment for crime or negligence were graded in accordance with the status of the offender. The higher in rank, the greater his responsibility, the heavier was the penalty. Well, that would be nice if they had that here, wouldn't it? Here being the United States of America in 2023, but that doesn't seem to be happening. The Lord Incas always took their sisters as wives, for no one dreamt of contesting that they were incarnations of God on earth, and the divine strain could not be polluted by common blood, Most of the prettiest girls from all the towns were sent to the Lord Inca, known as chosen women. From them he selected his concubines. The others wove his garments, which were of the very finest vicuna wool, or vicuna wool. That's probably vicuna wool. Although the girls numbered several scores, they must have been kept busy, for the Lord Inca never wore a piece of clothing twice. Immediately he had taken it off, it was burnt. By his chosen women, he had many children, and his half-royal sons administered the empire, officers of the army. The chosen women were housed in almost inaccessible palaces high up on the mountainsides. But when the Spanish soldiers came, they managed to climb to one and raped all the girls in it. God. After the Incas had defeated the Chimos, they never lost a battle against a people of their own continent. It was their custom to carry out a great slaughter of the enemy troops after a victory, and later another ceremonial slaughter of the enemy's leaders at Cusco, after which they amused themselves by making effigies out of the bodies, distending their stomachs and using them as drums. Wow. That was some, and it says here opposite is an Inca mummy. So we'll look at that real fast. I'll look at that real fast. Well, that's wonderful. Oh, God. Talk about the dark light. But they were not by nature as cruel as the Aztecs, which is bizarre to say. Once a nation had been subdued, its people were treated with kindness. At times of drought, they sacrificed animals to bring rain, and if the rain did not come, a human but otherwise their gods did not call for blood sacrifices. Their magicians were, of course, all priests, and their practices they practiced both black and white magic, summoning spirits either to kill or cure. They have pictures of them conjuring up demons, and it is interesting to note that all the demons are shown with horns. The fact that all the Lord Inca's clothes were burnt immediately after he had taken them off is a clear indication of the priests being aware of anything he had worn was charged with his personality, and so could be used to put a spell on him. Only Lord Inca was allowed more than one wife, and from the royal sons they bore him, he nominated his heir. It was an Inca's tragedy that in 1525 the emperor Huanan Capac died without having a chosen successor. It was just at the time that Francisco Pizarro learnt of the land of gold and began to make plans to conquer it. Two royal sons, Oscar and Atahualpa, both claimed the throne. There ensued 5 years of terrible civil war in which thousands of warriors were slain and the nation was left exhausted. Oscar was killed and Atahualpa was about to make his entry as Lord of Inca in Cusco. At that precise moment, May 13, 1532, Pizarro arrived on the scene. It is a strange thing, but there had never been any communication between the Mexicans and the Peruvian civilizations. So the Incas knew nothing about Cortez's conquest of the Aztecs, and very little about the white man who had been arriving in America ever since the first landing of Columbus 40 years earlier. They even believed that a mounted man and his horse were one animal. Pizarro had the good luck to encounter Atahualpa on his way from the sulfur baths. The conquistadors had with him only 130 foot soldiers and 40 cavalry, but one blast from the Spanish cannon was enough. The Lord Inca was captured, and after that none of his warriors dared lift a hand lest he be harmed. Atahualpa agreed to ransom himself by filling with gold a room 25 feet long and 15 feet wide, as high as a white line that a tall man could not reach. The priceless ornaments were all melted down, so by the order of the Spanish king were all the other beautiful gold works of art that were sent to Spain. Not long after this enormous ransom had been paid, Pizarro treacherously had Atahualpa tried for heresy and strangled. How great our debt is to the Incas few people realize. They were the greatest agriculturists that the world had ever known. In the lowlands and in the terraced mountain slopes, they were the first to cultivate pineapples, cacao, peanuts, avocados, cashews, tomatoes, peppers, papaya, mulberries, manioc, uh, tapioca, and many varieties of beans, 20 kinds of maize, 240 kinds of potatoes, and a great number of medical herbs. More than half the food that the world eats today were developed by them. What is cacao? Cacao, I don't know what that is. Do you guys know what that is? I don't know what it is. I don't know if I want to. It's just, I guess. In Peru, there was no firm, restraining hand like that with which the humane Cortez protected the Indians in Mexico. Lusting for gold, the barbarians who called themselves Christians slaughtered the Incas by the tens of thousands and utterly destroyed their wonderful civilization. The Rosicrucians. Then we got here a murder of Atahualpa. It looks like they're having too much fun there. And then, of course, this is George Washington. The opposite is George Washington as Master Mason of his lodge. Yes, he was a Mason, just like everybody else. It has in our day. Who has any political power? Just with not only they don't have to be a Mason, they also have to be. It looks like they have a connection with the Jesuits and the Vatican as well, along with the monarchies of the Western Europe. So, when it comes to at least North America, just as with the Rosicrucians, the term Masonry is applied to several societies that differ in their activities and objectives. Their creed and rituals are held to be strictly secret, but there is good reason to suppose that the basis of the Masonic belief is that the universe is symbolized by a building, an apex, the apex of which is God. I totally missed the Rosicrucians, didn't I? Up and down the world today, there are many societies calling themselves Rosicrucians, but the majority of them are no more than associations comparatively easy to join that have been formed for studying the occult. Some have links with Freemasonry, and there are at least 2 rival orders in the United States. The original order is said to have been found as a result of the publication in 1614 of the Fama Fraternitatis. Did I forget to take my medicine? The records of travels some 200 years earlier of the German name Christian Rosenkreuz to Morocco, Egypt, Syria, and Arabia, in which countries he came into possession of much secret knowledge or wisdom, including the knowledge of alchemy and the Kabbalah. On his return to Germany, he imparted this knowledge to first 3, then total of 8 companions. It was agreed that the existence of this fraternity was to be kept secret for 100 years. It is said that after 120 years, a member discovered a Rosicrucian secret burial place, with his body perfectly preserved in certain esoteric documents. Rosicrucian was reputed to have lived for 106 years, dying in 1484. If so, his tomb would have been opened in 1614. The founding of the order preceded the publication of Fama Fraternitatis. As the travels describe the book are very similar to those of Paracelsus, the famous Swiss alchemist and physician who lived in the 1st half of the 16th century. Many authorities believe that he was the actual founder of the order and that Rosicrucians was only a mythical figure. However, that may be. In the middle of the 17th century, there were branches of the order in several European countries. And the one in England being founded by the alchemist Robert Flood. And the traditions assert that the doctrine of the genuine Rosicrucians is a combination of beliefs of Akhenaten, the heretic Pharaoh, and the Christian Gnostics and Jewish Kabbalists, and that each country branches of the order are alternately acting and dormant for periods of 108 years. And then I need to go take a medicine. So I'll borrow again and doing that. You look at the glorious picture of the powdery wigged man. And well, I can take my medicine. The neuropathy that rages through my body is maddening. So I have to take Lyrica. It's not much fun feeling pins and needles throughout your whole body. Part of the supposed symptoms of MS. That was graciously given to me by the swine jibbity jab. Just as the Rosicrucians, the term masonry is applied to several societies that differ in their activities and objectives. Their creeds and rituals are held to be strictly secret, but there is a good reason to suppose that the bias of the Masonic belief is that the universe is symbolized by a building, the apex of which is God. And then we got, looks like it's just one of those Masonic rituals. Sure seems that way. Yeah, it didn't say. Oh, there it is. Member of the French Lodge, awaiting the arrival of Master Masons. Freemasonry has its origin in medieval times in England as a craft guild, but owing to the lives led by the stonemasons of those days, it differed from all others. Goldsmiths, tailors, vintners, and the rest were all more or less permanently resident in cities and had their guild houses in them. The Masons, on the other hand, were migrants working perhaps for months or even years on a castle in one country, then moving to work again for a long period on a monastery in another country at the other end of the kingdom, or possibly in France, where English masons were very highly thought of. On each building site, they were provided with a lodge in which they not only kept their tools and fed, but also discussed their conditions of employment. For this last reason, to ensure secrecy, no one other than themselves was allowed inside the lodge. There came a time when, presumably to secure patronage, men who were not working masons by gentry or mobility, were given the freedom of these lodges. The first on record is John Boswell, Laird of Auchinleck, if that's pronounced right, who attended Edinburgh Lodge in June of 1600. During the 17th century, this innovation spread rapidly. Distinguished men of learning, such as Elias Ashmolean, the founder of the Ashmolean Library, and many peers, among them the Duke of Richmond, became Freemasons. The Grand Lodge of England was founded at the Apple Tree Tavern near Covent Garden in 1717. The Grand Lodge in Scotland, where the Freemasonry was particularly strong in 1736, and others in Ireland, in the United States, India, and the Caribbean. During the War of Independence, the Americans broke away, but instead of having one Grand Lodge for the United States, a number were created, each remaining paramount in its own territory. There are now over 9,000 lodges in all parts of the world. Mind you, this was written 50 years ago, under the jurisdiction of the Grand Lodges of England, Scotland, and Ireland. Men of all Christian sects were omitted from the start, and Jews from soon after 1723. But the Roman Catholic Church regarded Freemasonry as heresy, even though an awful lot of them are Freemasons. I think Pope Francis is one. And Pope Clement XII issued a bull condemning it. For doing so, he had ample reason, because Freemasonry had developed a very different way in several continental countries from that which it had in Britain and the United States. It is beyond question that the English-speaking countries, the secret meetings of Freemasons, have never been used for political ends. What? It is beyond question that in the English-speaking country, the secret meetings of Freemasons have been used. I read haven't. I thought have been used for political ends. On the contrary, one of the main objectives is to foster goodwill between men of all creeds and races, and as the world's greatest charitable organization. This is questionable too. Freemasonry has done an inestimable amount of good. In British lodges, loyalty to the crown is universal, and from the end of the 18th century, many members of the royal family have been Grand Masters. But in some places, France particularly, Freemasonry became a cover for atheists and anarchists. The Lodge of the Grand Orient, which became very powerful, rejected the fundamental requirements of Freemasonry. The belief that God is the Lodge of the Grand Orient, which became very powerful, rejected the fundamental requirements of Freemasonry. The belief that God is the great architect of the universe. There is reason to believe that the Rosicrucians were associated with it, and that the policy of the secret society was then both anti-church and anti-state. The Lodge of the Grand Orient certainly played a considerable part in bringing about the French Revolution. Philip d'Orleans was a member of it. To curry favor with the mob, he gave up his title of Duke and took on the name of Philip Agilite, Agilite, then voted in the National Assembly for the death of his cousin Louis the 16th. It is satisfactory to record that his having called himself Equality Philip did not save him from, a few months later, also being sent to the guillotines. It is on account of this subversive activities of the Continental Freemasons and the suspicion that their rites incorporated malefic occult operations that not only does the Catholic Church condemn Freemasonry, but it was also banned by Hitler and is forbidden in the communist countries. Which I think none of that's I don't know about any of that. There's quite Catholic. I mean, Freemasonry is in the Pope Francis has to be one. I mean, he poses as one at least. Maybe he's just trying to bait people, but I think there's been an amalgamation that coalesced these groups and have created a bigger superpower, secret society. We call the New World Order, right? The reinvention of the quote-unquote Illuminati. And it seems to be reinvented over and over again, right? The Illuminated ones for the great plan, right? To create the great empire. The Theosophists. The Theosophists. The basis of this movement is a combination of religion and philosophy, through which its leaders claim a special insight into divine nature and its processes. Their beliefs owe more to Indian modes of thought than Greco-European ones, and their mysticism has strong associations with the idea of Minister Eckhart and Jacob Boehme and Emanuel Swedenborg. They have also embodied in their doctrine reincarnation and certain of the theories put forward by Paracelsus and their own interpretation of the Kabbalah. When we consider the characters of the two women mainly responsible for the creation and propagation of theosophy, we shall no longer be surprised that it is such a strange mixture. Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, I never can say her middle name right. Petrovna. Helena Petrovna Blavatsky, who apparently was a Freemason and a revolutionist, and was wounded in a war, in a battle. That's what I heard, and somebody else was telling it for somebody else. They're taking things. I mean, who the hell knows, right? Helena Petrovna Blavatsky was born in Russia in 1831, but was a German blood. At the age of 16, she was married, but left her husband after a few months. She then spent many years traveling in Turkey, Egypt, Greece, and Canada, crossed the United States in a covered wagon, and went to the Central and South America, India, Java, and Tibet. Well, this is one woman who did a lot of stuff, didn't she? I wonder how she got away with doing all that. Having spent so much time in the latter country, she returned to Russia in 1856. A few years later, she set out again for Near East in India. Oh yeah, I just read a book about, I can't remember, or listened to a book about a gal in England, an American who went to England and was living London. It was. And that's how she. Blavatsky. She met her there. Anyways, you learn so much, and you have nothing to talk to about it. So, a few years later, she was set out. Okay, she was set out again for the Near East and India. Paid a second visit to Tibet in 1868, and to Egypt in 1872, and in 1873 she went to New York, and there, with the assistance of Colonel H.S. Alcott and William Q. Judge, in 1875 she founded the Theosophical Society. In 1879, Alcott went to India and established headquarters of the Society of Adyar near Madras. One of the hidden masters, named Kut Humi, became a frequent visitor to the establishment. Not only did he appear to Madame Blavatsky, Colonel Alcott, C.W. Ledbetter, or Beater, and others, but he showered them with letters that fell from ceilings and appeared on tables. One of the hidden masters, named Kut Homi. And there's that famous picture of her that drives me crazy. Opposite Helen Petrovna Blavatsky, the creator of the Theosophical Society. Unfortunately, for the fraternity, a most unpleasant couple named Kolob, who had been taken on to run the house, proved antagonistic. A room known as the occult room back on to Madame Blavatsky's bedroom. In the occult room there was a shrine enclosed in a wall cupboard. At times when the cupboard was open, flowers or a letter from Kuthuni that had not been there a few minutes earlier mysteriously arrived. The Kolobs accused Madame Blavatsky of being a fraud, and the Society of Psychical Research sent a Mr. Hodgson out to investigate. It then emerged that behind the wardrobe in Madame Blavatsky's bedroom there was a hole in the wall, through which anyone could have put articles into the shrine. While the cupboard containing it was shut, without people in the occult room seeing them do so. Madame Blavatsky's defense was that out of the malice of the Kolobs had made the hole during her absence, but the committee of the Society of Psychical Research gave their verdict against her. After leaving India for the last time, she settled first in Germany, then moved to London, where she established a European headquarters. She died on May 8, 1891. In addition to being an inexhaustible traveler, she was the most prolific writer. She wrote Isis Unveiled, attracted worldwide attention, and it was followed by many others. According to her, there existed a secret doctrine that had been transmitted through the ages by the series of Mahatmas living in various parts of the world, but in touch with one another. She claimed that in Tibet, a master Morya Mourier, had taken her as his disciple, and she spoke with his authority. And he spoke with his authority. However, that may be, she was a remarkable woman, and her many years of travel must have acquired an immense knowledge of her subject, but one is inclined to think that it was somewhat ill digested. After her death, Colonel Alcott remained president of the society, and on his death in 1907, another remarkable woman succeeded him. This was Mary Ann Besant, Annie Besant. Born in 1847, Annie Besant early became one of the best known firebrands and troublemakers of the late Victorian times. She was a born revolutionary who wrote and lectured without pause, advocating socialism and atheism. She became a trade union organizer and strike leader and was sent to prison for obscenity. Then in 1889 she read Madame Blavatsky's book, The Secret Doctrine, and overnight abandoned atheism. Henceforth she devoted her boundless energy to spreading the doctrine of theosophy. In 1893 she went to India and there discovered that in most of her previous incarnations she had been an Indian. So she adopted Hinduism as her basic religion and combined it with theosophy. Fierily espousing Indians' demand for home rule, she would not submit to Gandhi's policy of passive resistance, and as she refused to discontinue her subversive activities during the war, in 1917 the government very rightly decided to put her in a concentration camp. By 1909 she had discovered young Krishnamurti and proclaimed him as the new Messiah. But when she grew older, he repudiated the divinity that had been thrust upon him, which was a sad blow to Miss Besant. Her turbulent career came to an end in Madras at the age of 86. One cannot help feeling that with such an unbalanced lady for long principled director, theosophy became a forerunner of the modern spiritual thinking, in which such light as there is had been almost eclipsed under the welter of outworn religions, ignorance, superstition, and false doctrines, calculated to retard rather than to advance man's oneness with God. Opposite is the Inferno. Part 5 now we're on, of Witches and Warlocks, introductory. Introductory. Christianity was brought to Britain during the late centuries of the Roman occupation, but about 400 years after the Roman legions had left in AD 407, the Vikings began their raids, and in due course the Danes became the masters of a great part of England. So far, Christianity had been no more than just one of the many religions brought from the Mediterranean, and such Christians had, as escaped massacre, took refuge in Wales. The great bulk of the population, recognizing the Norse gods as very similar to their own ancient deities continued happily to celebrate their pagan rites. Some 200 years after the departure of the Romans, St. Augustine was well received by King Ethelbert and built in its earliest form Canterbury Cathedral. At school, one was led to suppose that from that point on everything was plain sailing for the Christians, and that within a few score years the English people had been converted to Christianity. That, in fact, was very far from the beginning of the case, from being the case. Queens, kings, and greater parts of the nobility accepted the new religion, and in most cases blackmailed by a fanatical or militant priesthood with threats of hellfire and damnation, handed over much of their treasure for the building of churches, abbeys, and priories. But this probably had little effect on the common people. By that time, the original Celtic stock, whom we termed ancient Britons, had become diluted through 400 years of Roman occupation and 300 years of invasion by Danes, Juts, Anglos, and other Norsemen, so that through intermarriage by a far greater part of the population of England had coalesced into an Anglo-Saxon race. The little people. But there was also a very much smaller race having entirely different characteristics that lived apart, widely scattered in small groups. This race, according to that very high authority, Professor Margaret Murray, was descended from the Neolithic man who continued to populate Europe in the Bronze Age, and these descendants were known as the Little People. For a further 600 years after the arrival of St. Augustine, although gradually increasing numbers of Anglo-Saxon peasantry were baptized and paid lip service to Christianity, the great majority continued to worship the old God. And the little people never acknowledged the Christian God at all. And opposite is the fairies of Shakespeare in Midsummer Night's Dream, and overleaf a gluton's undergoing eternal torment. And then we got the gleeful imp. I'm not quite sure who that is. The psychic photograph of fairies. Cool. What is a gleeful imp? I don't know what the hell that is. I do think there's something going on here. What they are exactly, the little people. Or at least there was at one time. It could be nothing more than a belief system, but I think there was more going on. The little people never acknowledged the Christian God at all until the last they disappeared in the 18th century. They remained firmly pagan. It will surprise many readers to learn that Professor Murray's view, which I find very convincing, these descendants of an ancient race were no other than the fairies, so often referred to in our early literature and accounts of witch trials. Professor Murray asserts that fairies, as envisioned by the modern mind, were invented by Shakespeare in A Midsummer Night's Dream. In it, for the first time, there appeared these enchanting miniature folk of the imagination, flitting their gossamer wings from flower to flower, drinking from the acorn cups and dancing in rings that left dark circles on the ground like UFOs, right? Amazing themselves by weaving enchantments. Only in the last did they resemble their flesh and blood prototypes. But Shakespeare's delightful concept caught on and spread far and wide, producing in the following centuries the countless fairy tales for children, beneath which the true origin of the species was gradually forgotten and then became almost lost. The skeletons found in Neolithic graves show that the average man was only 5 foot 5 inches in height, and the woman proportionally smaller. So, by the standards of latter centuries, the fairies would have been a race of European pygmies. In the chronicles of the Middle Ages, ferrymen were described as like boys, 10 or 12, both broader and more bulky. They were a dark complexion race, which accounts for their frequently being termed brownies. Elves, goblins, and spirits and leprechauns were other terms used when referring to them, and the chief lady of the fairy settlement was usually known as the Elfin Queen. In the dark Middle Ages, England was very sparsely populated. The Domesday Book of 1086 estimated the number to have been about 1,100,000, and the Queen of England's Queen Elizabeth's first time, the population of the whole country amounted to under 6 million. Only about 3/4 of that of London alone today. So there were great areas of desolate downland and heath and unfitted for agriculture and far removed from towns. It was on these that little people had their settlements. Like the Neolithic forebears, they lived in large round huts similar to the igloos of Eskimos. The floors were made of stone, laid 2 or 3 feet below the surface of the ground, and the circular stone parapet rose 2 or 3 feet above it. Over the arch dome formed the branches and layers of leaves, with a hole in the center to let out the smoke from the fire. Again, like their Neolithic ancestors, little people had no knowledge of agriculture, but kept small herds of cattle, living mainly off their milk and butter, and on occasion feasts of meat. But their meager diet was frequently etched out by such game as they could snare. Poultry and flour they either stole from outlying farms or blackmailed the inhabitants of the nearest village to giving them. They were extraordinarily secretive and cunning and very shy of strangers. And why not? Let's take a picture of those. I find this part very interesting. I don't know why. I know why. We are searching for the mysteries. We want something more than what we've been given. And we're constantly searching because there's something wrong with this place in our lives. We're not living normal the way we're supposed to originally designed. They were extraordinarily secretive and cunning, very shy to strangers, and most proficient in hiding themselves, as an aid to which they always dressed in green garments woven for them by their women. They had small bows and arrows fitted with miniature flint heads, many of which have been found. These were so small that they could not have inflicted a serious wound on a man, but many herbs were available from which they distilled poison, and it is believed that they dipped the arrowheads in toxic brews. If so, even a scratch from one of these little arrowheads would have been sufficient to cause an inflamed wound. This, no doubt, was one of the reasons why the people of the villages went in such dread of the fairies. During the Roman times, it seems that the principal habit of these survivors of the Neolithic people was England and later Scotland, Wales, and Ireland. Did I bother looking at this one yet? Yeah, we did. Okay. Naked chicks. People having sex with naked chicks. Imagine that. Look at that. Them and their demons. Opposite Lucifer, Prince of Hell, with attendant devils. So, I know there's not much you can do about that, convincing people that Satan and Lucifer are not the same things. It's in the people's minds. But if you read the Bible, it makes it more clear or not. The night visiting the fairy house. The fairyland. Hobgoblins enjoy food. Remnants of them also survived in Germany, Belgium, and France. But it is interesting to note that they continued to be written of in other countries as humans of small stature much longer than was the case in England. Fairy stories, as we know them, do not appear on the continent until long after Shakespeare's death. That he knew the truth about them is made plain in The Merry Wives of Windsor, and he makes Mistress Annie Page dress herself as a fairy and expect to be taken for one. Since she was a fully grown young woman, that would have been out of the question had her contemporaries believed fairies to be diminutive creatures with wings. That the little people had inherited the secret of the occult power, or perhaps we should say in this case rudimentary magic, there can be no doubt at all. Had they not done so, the Anglo-Saxon peasantry and of Brittany, or they had numerous settlements, could easily have wiped out their small communities. Instead, for many centuries, they paid tribute in farm produce to be spared having a murrain put on their cattle, a blight on their crops, a spell that would cause their women to miscarry. Occasionally, for fee, the little people could be persuaded to use their arts for benefit of some villagers who sought their aid. At times, too, disguised as ordinary peasants, they would go into the village and borrow from the acquaintance some fruit or cereal. It was remarked that they were always scrupulously honest in repaying such debts, but in general they were regarded with fear and hatred. It is indicative that the traditional costume of the witch, steeple crown hat, cloak and crutch, is exactly the same as that of the fairy godmother. This may well be due to the fact that the nobility of the Dark Middle Ages invited local elfin wing queen to the christening of their children, paying her handsomely to cast spells that would ensure her children a fortunate future. We all recall the unhappy results in fairy stories if the bad fairy failed to receive an invitation. Little people had the reputation of being extremely malicious. As acknowledged followers of the old God, they were anathema to Christian church, owing no doubt to their psychic ability to be aware when danger threatened them, and their extreme cunning. There does not appear to be any case on record of one of the little people being brought to trial as a witch, but the mention of them in a witch trial of the 17th and 18th centuries are legend. Again and again, old crones and young girls alike, the great majority of whom were entirely innocent, were sent to the ducking stool, or burnt at the stake, solely because malicious neighbors reported that they had been seen visiting a fairy settlement. It was upon the evidence that Joan of Arc's godmother had initiated her at the age of 12 into the old religion under the fairy tree at Barlamont, that Joan was burnt as a witch. That the little people eventually disappeared is probably due to the racial decline that affects races having a low standard of living, as has occurred with certain tribes in South American Indians, and has led to almost complete extinction of the Caribs, who once populated the whole of West Indies. There are numerous accounts of ferrymen marrying ordinary women, and vice versa, and so no doubt the remnants of the race were absorbed into the general population, as is occurring. I wonder if occurring with the gypsies at the present day. The coming of the devil. That was interesting. It was a very interesting section. For some reason, that interests me. Coming of the devil. The portrait that the Christian church has given us of Satan is a horrifying demon with horns, hooves, wings, and tail is a comparatively modern creation. The original concept of him was built up by the early Christian fathers from statements attributed in Isaiah and other prophets of the Old Testament. Virtue abducted by a monster. That's virtue abducted by a monster. Oh my God, look at this. Jeez, not too beautiful woman, my God. Which were derived from the Babylonia. His name was Lucifer. He held the rank of seraph, and so was the prince among the angels. Tertullian tells us that he was the wisest of all angels and perfect in beauty, while Eusebius follows Isaiah in calling him the son of the morning. In the 4th century AD, influenced probably by Zoroastrian beliefs, Lactantius went so far as to declare that before the creation of the world, God engendered two sons, the Word and the Devil. This appears to imply that Lucifer was actually the younger son of Jehovah, which would make plausible the statement that Gregory Nyssa that God confined to him the government of the earth. I don't get that statement that God confided to him the government of the earth. Okay, so he gave the government of the earth to Lucifer. However, the generally accepted legend is that Lucifer led a rebellion against Jehovah that resulted in a civil war. Michael, as the general of the loyal angels, defeated the rebels and drove them out of heaven. Then Jehovah gave Lucifer the earth to rule over as his principality. Unless one accepts this, the account of the temptation as given in the gospel does not make sense. It will be recalled that Satan took Christ up to a high place and showed him all the countries and cities of the world and said, I don't think he's really called them all. Anyways, Matthew 4:9. I guess I'll have to do a study of that one again, because the devil is in common a trampling of cross. The devil in command of trampling a cross. Upon this time, as well we shall see, Christianity had no secure hold on the masses. They might pay lip service to the church, but at heart they were still pagan and worshipped the pleasure-loving old god. The majority of Christian priests also were anything but straight-laced and condoned all sorts of license in their congregation. License. And condoned all sorts of license. Okay, license. Okay, sorry about that. All sorts of license in their congregation, but the power of the church gradually increased until she found herself strong enough to declare war on paganism. It was from that time that Lucifer was amalgamated by the church with the old horned god, made a creature of a bestial appearance with horns and cloven hoofs, of the lecherous goat, scaly wings and spiked tail. Thus was the devil born. The Middle Ages. As we've seen in Europe, up to the late part of the 15th century, the church had succeeded in imposing the Christian faith only upon the upper classes and a fair proportion of the people who came into close contact with them. By far the greater part of the population still consisted of peasantry, and the majority of the country folk attending church became the lord of the manor, while willed that they should do so. But they continued to rely on the old god for rain when needed, good harvest, protection from misfortune, and other blessings. During the 12th and 13th century, the Catholic Church had a serious rival, also with an organized religion with bishops and deacons. Okay. During the 12th, 13th century, the Catholic Church had a serious revival, along also in an organized religion with bishops and deacons. This was the Cathari, which came to Western Europe from the Balkans, where its followers were particularly strong in Bulgaria and were known as the Bogomils. A group of the Cathars emerged in Western Germany, Flanders, France, and North Italy. And their doctrine differed widely from that of the Roman Catholics, and for many years the bishops of the two churches disputed hotly. The Cathars seem to have derived their basic belief from the Gnostics, for they were dualists and had that God and Satan were equally powerful deities who ruled over heaven and earth respectively. They regarded all matter as evil and preached that man's aim must be to free himself his spirit from the bounds of the flesh so that it could return to God. This is to this end they even approved suicide, although this seems illogical, as they were reincarnationists, and modern believers of reincarnation will strongly condemn taking one's own life. Their asceticism has rarely been equaled. They kept strict fast and totally prohibited the eating of meat because, like the Hindus, they maintained that the souls of humans who had led bad lives could be degraded and returned into animals. So to eat flesh was a type of cannibalism. Sexual intercourse was forbidden because of procreation resulted in the imprisonment of more spirits in the world of flesh. As copulation could not be entirely suppressed, they advocated that it should be indulged in as infrequently as possible, and promiscuously, since to marry was to surrender to a life of vice. They rejected the greater part of the Old Testament and accepted the New Testament only according to their own lights. For example, as God could not be imprisoned in a human body, Christ was merely an angel sent to indicate the way of salvation, not himself to provide it. Owing, no doubt, to his extreme asceticism, coupled with the opposition of the Catholic Church, in Northern Europe and Italy, the Cathari religion gradually died out, but it took a stronghold in South France, and there its centers were Albi, Carcassonne, I don't know, Toulouse, Carcassonne, and Toulouse. And after the first town, the Catharis in the south became known as the Albigenses. A wave of fanaticism swept that part of France, so many thousands of converts were made that the religion seriously menaced the Roman faith. The murder of one of the papal legates, Pierre Dee Castelnau, caused the Pope Innocent III to call for a crusade to stamp out this heresy. The barons of northern France, led by Simon IV de Montfort, marched on Languedoc. That's Languedoc, I guess what it is. Baphomet, the composite idol said to have been worshipped by the Knights Templar, that everyone knows about. It's old news. Toulouse was besieged, captured, and sacked with terrible ferocity. No man, woman, or child was spared. When Béziers was taken, it was set on fire. Catholic troops ringed the town. Anyone who attempted to escape was driven back to perish in the flames. Scores of castles had been taken, so fighting continued for many years. Even when there were no more towns, the strongholds left to take, no mercy was shown to the wretched Albigenses. The survivors sought refuge in the deep forest and the mountains of the Pyrenees, but they were hunted to their deaths by packs of hounds. It was another triumph for the Christian Church. Kind of disgusting when you think about it. Well, what are you supposed to do? Well, I'll tell you what you're supposed to do. not be a member of anything like that, because that's just pure evil. Returning now to the general state of things in Western Europe, the day had not yet come when the devil achieved one of his greatest victories by persuading Rome to decree that its priests should remain celibate. When it expected that tens of thousands of priests were then officiating throughout Europe, the majority of whom must have been healthy, virile men, all to lead a life of unbroken chastity, it was asking the impossible. Many of them doubtless succeeded in suppressing their natural urges by fasting and self-flagellation and other methods. But from the literature of the time, it cannot be doubted that many gave way to the temptation to seduce their prettiest parishioners. In the early times, most priests had led the normal lives of a married man and had not unduly condemned their flocks for their not of their junkatings at the Sabbaths. Some of them had even joined in. They knew all about the old religion, and as it did not menace their own, condone it. I'm going to figure out how to pronounce that. I don't think I pronounced it right.
Junketing.
Junketing. And what is junketing? That's a word I never heard. And the meaning behind that is... junketing. The act of attending or going on a trip or celebrate a public expense. Junketing. At the same state of affairs, I was surprised to find still continuous in Guatemala, far up country in Chimaltenango, a city of one-story houses, lives 30,000 Indians. In the center is a great square where every Saturday morning a market is held. Everything can be bought there, from handmade pottery of ancient design to radio sets. The square is dominated by a fine church, the building of built by the Spaniards 300 years ago. At 7 o'clock in the morning, Roman Catholic priests celebrate the Mass there. Then the building is handed over for pagan rites. The Indian acolytes swing censers on the steps leading up to the church, summoning the devotees of the ancient gods. Our Indian guide took my wife and me in by the side door. He warned us to appear interested only in the carvings and the architecture, because to look at the worshippers might give offense. As is frequently the case in churches in Latin America, there was no pews. On the stone floor of the Holy Church, some 20 groups of people were kneeling around candles they had set up, bunches of herbs and scattered petals of flowers and other ornaments. At each group, a witch doctor was softly intoning an incantation, spells that bring about good or evil, in accordance with the wishes of the worshippers. The policy of the Catholic Church in Latin America is to collect numbers of people who will accept baptism, attend Mass, and make contributions to support the priesthood. As an insurance against the Christian God doing them harm, if they can also be persuaded to abandon their own gods and accept the faith. That all to the good. If not, that is just too bad. That was also the attitude of the church in Europe up to the end of the Middle Ages. It has not yet occurred to kings and bishops to persecute followers of the old God in the name of the jealous Jehovah, coupled with that of Christ. And the God of the witches the God of the witches of the witches. Looks like we might be able to get that one. That might be a next read, actually. For some reason, I'm interested in that. But Margaret Murray gives a fascinating account of the origin of the Order of Garter. King Edward III ascended to the throne in 1327. By then, the church was already beginning her long fight with the old God. One night, the king gave a ball in Windsor Castle. During it, the garter of his mistress, the beautiful Countess of Salisbury, came off while she was dancing with him. She was overcome with confusion, which would not normally have been the case with a lady over such a trivial matter in those days when everyone thought nothing of freely managing bawdy jests. Swiftly the king saved her face by snatching it up the garter and crying, "Honai soi que mal ye pense." Evil is he who evil thinks, thus protecting her from the probable malice of his clergy. But there was more to it than that. As we have seen, the garter was the distinguishing mark worn by the chief witch of the coven, and that the Countess showed her to be the Queen Witch of England. Realized this, the king took it from her and promptly formed an order of 26 knights, 2 covens of 13, with him as the chief of one and the Prince of Wales the chief of the other. By so doing, he made himself an incarnate God in the eyes of all of his still pagan subjects. In Forster's Chronicles, it is recorded that the king had then told the court that this new order would prove an excellent expedient for the uniting not only his own people but all the foreigners conjunctively with him in bonds of amity and peace, referring of course to the followers of old religion on the continent. It is of further interest to record that in this day, the mantle worn by the sovereigns of Britain as chief of the order is powdered over with 168 garters, and that the garter worn on the leg makes 169. That is 13 times 13, thus representing 13 covens. Okay, the increase in power of the church was largely due to the Crusaders. This romantic adventure is going to the Holy Land on armed pilgrimage to capture the sepulchre of Christ. From the infidel naturally affected thousands of ordinary men-at-arms who had no option but to accompany their feudal lords. They were constantly harangued by the chaplains of the expeditions about Christ, his life, his goodness, his power, and assured that if they put their faith in him, they would return home safely. Being subjected for so many months to this indoctrination and having little opportunity to practice their pagan rites, they became genuine converts to Christianity. And those who did get back to their homelands converted their families. During the age of the Crusades, it was not only large bodies of knights, squires, and spearmen and archers who set out from Western Europe to the Holy Land, but many thousands of people made a long journey as pilgrims. To protect them from capture by Arab corsairs, the Order of Knights Templar was formed. The knights were drawn by several nations, each company being known as a tongue. They were sworn to celibacy and poverty, but that did not prevent them from freely indulging in vice and other orders, and in vice or their order from becoming immensely rich. Their headquarters was Malta, and for many generations they dominated a great part of the Mediterranean. They were military engineers of the first rank and built several hundred castles. The best preserved of these is on Rhodes, for regardless of expense, it was splendidly restored by Mussolini. The walls, which are 8 feet high and 3 miles long, enclose the town, in which several thousand people are still living, and their huge ramparts are so wide at the top that 3 cars abreast could drive along them. The order was founded in Jerusalem in 1119 by Hugos Dee Pains. If that's how you pronounce it right. I don't know. He is commander Godefroy de Saint Omer. Godefroy de Saint Omer. The latter was an Albigensian, so from the beginning the order had anti-Christian leaning, and as its knights spent most of their lives in the Near East, it was not altogether surprising that certain of them became involved in Eastern practices. Before many years had passed, the whole order gave itself up to the worship of Baphomet, a pagan deity envisioned by Arab mystics. The idol of Baphomet represented in magical form the Absolute. It had a head and hoofs of a goat with a black candle set between the horns, the human hands and upheld and pointing to 2 crescents, the upper white and the lower black. The belly was green and had scales like a fish, and female breasts were blue. Well, there you go. Opposite Hermetic philosophy expressed in diagram. Okay. What did I do here? What did I miss? So female breasts were blue. The sexual organs consisted of a penis and a vulva as a hermaphrodite, On its forehead it had a pentagram. The image was seated cross-legged on a cube in symbol of four, the square and foundation of all things. The feet rested on a square representing the world. When initiated, the Knights Templar had to spit upon and trample underfoot the cross and cry 3 times as he did so. Fete renounce Jesus. He was then stripped naked, led to the idol, his companions crying, Yalla, Yalla. There followed a male orgy. For the Templars, like other military castes, such as the Spartans, were sodomites. Early in the 14th century, Philip le Bel, king of France, becoming very short of money, decided to replenish his treasury at the expense of the Templars. Having drawn the attention of Pope Clement V to the terrible blasphemies they were said to utter, he received permission to proceed against them. The headquarters of the Templars in Paris was a big castle called the Temple. The Grand Master of the order, Jacques de Molay, was in residence there, and in 1307 the king invited him and other Knights Templars who were in Paris to an entertainment at the Louvre. I guess the word is Louvre. And there arrested them all. They were tried for heresy, terribly tortured and burnt at the stake. It is of special interest to record that before he gave up the ghost from the heart of the flames, Jacques de Molay, who was undoubtedly a high priest of Satan, pronounced a curse upon the royal house of France. Nearly 500 years later, the monarchy ended when Louis XVI and his family were taken prisoners to the temple, and he left it only to be driven into the Galatine. The Middle Ages advanced, and throughout more and more people began to put their faith in Christian God. The Holy Virgin and the saints and the church was still not powerful enough to suppress the pagan feast. On the eve of May Day, the day of Beltane, young men still leapt over the bonfires, then carried the girls off into the darkness. Throughout May Day itself, the young folks joyfully kept up the old custom of dancing around the phallus, now thinly disguised under the new name of Maypole. Christmas was substituted for the old Roman Saturnalia, and although attendance at church was virtually compulsory on Christmas Day, the people had right up to January 6th, wait a minute. Oh, they had up to January 6th. I guess for attendance. 12th night for merrymaking, and during these feasts, the church tactfully observed an amnesty on at least 2 of the deadly sins, drunkenness and lechery. But for the most part, life continued to be grim and little better than the Dark Ages. Kings and nobles lived in cold, draughty castles. They wore rich garments, but beneath they were never free from lice. That's nice. Only the very rich could afford to have a floor of their banquet halls swept daily, and in the summer months, the fresh flowers scattered over them. Normally, the hunting dogs gnawed bones beneath the tables, and then fouled the floor. Drunkenness and gluttony were the besetting sins of the nobility. They added to the fifth by vomiting when in their cups, and went no further than the nearest corridor to relieve themselves. The stench must have been appalling. Except for the Lord and Lady and her withdrawing rooms, there was no privacy, and bathrooms were unknown. It was a canon of the Christian faith that dirtiness was next to godliness. They changed that around though, but back then, in Roman times, a visit to the magnificent public baths was a daily event, and their passion for cleanliness to be sweet smelling. They even had the hair removed from their armpits and abdomens. The baths, too, were not only places in which to bathe, swim, and be massaged and kept fit by exercising in the gymnasiums. They were also like clubs in which sitting about and strolling unshamedly naked in the warm, perfumed air, people discussed news, transacted business, and made social engagements. Sounds to me the old Roman Empire was not such a bad thing if you were the nobility or the rich or the elite, right? And what is that we're looking at here again? The opposite is Hermetic philosophy expressed in diagram. And I'm not going to spend much time on this, although I should study it in the future. There goes that tree again. The tree. I wonder if I have one of these. Sometimes I wonder. There's the cover of the book, and that is opposite a witch's Sabbath offering children to a horn god. Well, the child looks like a monster. They all look. Why do they always have to? Instead of beautiful, they all look haggard. Well, maybe that's the way it is. In the Near East, this concern for physical cleanliness continued. Mahomet decreed that all true believers must cleanse themselves daily, even to the point that when journeying through the desert and water was not available, they must scrub themselves with sand. In all Islamic cities, there were public baths. In due course, these were taken over and maintained by the semi-barbarous Turks. Then I was taken to round the Kepi Palace in Istanbul. I recall being told by my guide that as late as 18th century, the Turks found that the Europeans smelled so unpleasant that whenever the Sultan was to grant an audience to the British or French ambassadors, the emissary had first to submit to being taken to Hammam and stripped and given a bath. In the Christian nations alone, people worshipped a God whose priesthood insisted upon the deliberate cultivation of dirt and misery. For many centuries, rich and poor alike dwelt in a stench and squalor. They stayed in inns infested with bed bugs. From the accumulated sweat of their bodies were coated with layers of greasy filth that made a breeding place for every kind of germ, and so readily spread disease. Their God, so they were told, took pleasure in seeing them suffer, so they held parties in which they whipped one another as penance for having given way to the temptation of the joy and to enjoy themselves. They were made to fast, crawl through the streets on their knees, and to wear hair skirts. To perform the sexual act, except to beget children, was a sin. Female form divine was looked as an embodiment of evil. Even up to the 80 years ago, that would be now about 150 years ago, many of the women had given birth to half a dozen children, although her husband had never had the pleasure of seeing her naked. As if this was not enough, generation after generation, multitudes of young women were either persuaded or forced to become brides of Christ, and behind the walls of hundreds of convents, fated to live unnatural lives, and many of them, the Mother Superior, were truly pious women. The strictest discipline was maintained, and even the confession of impure thoughts was punished with severe penance. But the gardens of others, such as the convents in Loudun and Louvres, became graveyards for infants fathered on the nuns by visiting priests and strangled at birth. Approximately an equal number of men went to monasteries. Many of them planted today most celebrated vineyards, and to the great benefit of the future generation, while others did exquisite works of illuminating manuscripts, which we now treasure. But the many who joined the stricter orders led useless lives, imposing harsh penalties on themselves and getting up at the mid of the night from their hard beds in freezing cells to kneel for hours on the stone floors of the chapels. Thousands of others roamed the countryside and the cities as wandering friars, not only leading useless lives but acting as a scourge on the people. It was a sin to deny them food or turn them away. A great many of them battered the poor, blackmailed them for money, and whenever they had the chance, seduced their women. Oh, fuck. Towards the end of the Middle Ages, that abuse by the church of the privileged position brought about defiance of it. Many monarchs resented the great wealth accumulated by the prelates. They were denounced for the lives of luxury they led. The people were driven to exasperation by the insolence and greed of the wandering friars. Martin Luther in Germany, Calvin in Switzerland, Savonarola in Italy, and Henry XIII in England rebelled against Rome. Soon the Reformation swept Europe. Germans fought Germans, Dutch and English, and the Spaniards and the French over points of dogma. There were wars fought with the utmost ferocity. Many thousands died in them, and many thousands were taken prisoners and brutally tortured. The greatest crime in which the Roman emperor was accused is that they had, and notice he said emperors, Christians thrown to the lions, but that does not exceed the horrors that the Christians did to one another. Motley tells us in his Rise of the Dutch Republic that the Protestants and the Netherlands devised the following ingenious way to dealing with captured Catholics. They caught half a dozen rats, put them in a small iron cauldron, and turned it upside down on the stomach of a prisoner, then heaped hot coals on the bottom of the pot. The heat caused the rats to gnaw their way out through the belly of the wretched victim. The tortures inflicted by the Catholics on the Protestants were no less horrifying. Jacques Del Molay at the stake. Spain alone escaped these ghastly civil wars owing to their great Cardinal Cisneros. He was a man of true piety. He refused to tolerate abuse, and had purged his priesthood of greedy evil men so thoroughly that it was respected by the people, with the result that they turned a deaf ear to new heresies. Yet in Spain such recalcitrants as they were, together with Jews and Moors, suffered. And then we have this picture here. Man between fortune and death. Much as their fellows in other countries, for those were the days of the Holy Inquisition. Until the coming of the Renaissance, the Christian world remained one of stagnation. Only when the knowledge of Greek and Rome culture, which had kept alive by the Arabs, trickled back to the West, did the light again begin to penetrate the darkness. Cruel, disease-ridden lives of the people. Education had been entirely in the hands of the church, and it taught only its dogmas. Apart from religious treatises, literature was almost non-existent. The earth was flat, and Jerusalem was the center of it. To believe otherwise was heresy. The high degree of medicine and surgery achieved by the ancients had been lost and forgotten. The sick were doused with revolting nostrums. Leprosy was rife, and no attempt was made to cure it. The church forbade all forms of scientific experiment and condemned rich and poor alike the lives of bigoted ignorance. Among the few fine things left to us from this age of totalitarian rule by the papacy that enforced the belief that St. Paul are the cathedrals. At Chartres, Cologne, Milan, Westminster, what do I want to say? Bruges, Seville, and scores of other cities, their spires and towers still rise in splendor to the sky. It's really remind me of evil, is what they do. They rank among man's greatest achievements, and their beauty is a true expression of the faith of their builders. A similar spirit pervades some of the spirits, paintings, and illuminated manuscripts. He's being very optimistic with that, or being positive, but I must say, when I see those cathedrals, I see Satan himself. If there is such a thing, Satan himself. But they also express other things. On all of them, cheek by jowl with their statues of saints and angels, are carvings representing Satan and his demons. And I think that's what those are really about. He is no longer the beautiful son of the morning, an ancient tradition, the laughing Pan playing on his pipes for his voitiers to dance and revel in the joys of life. He and his hosts have become hideous gargoyles, threatening all those who question the teachings of the church with fire, brimstone, and eternal torment. This discloses very plainly the mentality of those whom they were designed to terrify. By practicing the most rigorous self-denial, they might hope for salvation, but they lived in constant fear of the power of darkness and there were many who were prepared to swear that such demons had actually appeared to them. I'm sure they did. It would be interesting to know what proportion of the population hedged their bets on on nights when the moon was full, went stealthily to make their obedience to the holy horn god. That thousands of people must have done this, we know from the countless witch trials that took place in the following centuries. So it would be interesting to know what proportion of the population hedged their bets and on nights when the moon was full, went stealthily to make their obedience to the old horn god. That thousands of people must have done this, we know from the countless witch trials that took place in the following centuries. The alchemist. The secret art of alchemists has long been associated with turning base metals into gold, but that was only a byproduct of their main objective. For the earliest civilizations, including that of the Chinese, metallurgists have submitted various metals to treatments designed to refine away their dross and so make them more valuable. The ancient Egyptians are said to have discovered dark powder that separated gold and silver from their native ores. In later times, the production of precious metals by such means would have been classed as magic, but really it was a scientific process, the secret of which became lost. To describe these chemical operations, the Arabs used the word kahema, hemia. I'm going to say kahema, which they derived from the Egyptians, adding to it the article alchemia. Okay, thus it became alchemia or alchemy. But those ancient metallurgists were in no sense alchemists. The fundamental object of alchemists was to accomplish the great work. And this may perhaps be best described as a process by which a living man achieves oneness with God. Alchemy, as we know it, probably originated in the 12th, 13th century in the Near East. We first hear of it in the year 1357, when in Paris a learned physician named Nicolas Flamel came into possession of a very old manuscript made from thin leaves of bark. Its author was one Abraham the Jew. It is upon his work, illustrated with many strange symbolic figures, that alchemy is based. Alchemists accept the version of the creation as given in Genesis, although not, of course, Jehovah, as described frequently conversing with Abraham about burnt offerings and having a vast tribe of descendants who would dominate all other peoples. They were concerned with the spirit that moved upon the face of the waters. It was this, they contended, that not only created the earth, but animated the whole universe, every part of which has a replica in some part of man. This vast spiritual entity they termed the macrocosm, and man, its diminutive counterpart, the macrocosm. Upon this analogy and the concepts of the two as being imbued with the same spirit, they base their beliefs that man, as part of God, can, by knowledge of the secret doctrine, wield the power of God. This secret knowledge consisted of a way in which, vitalized by the power of light, a spark which the alchemists held existed in all things. The nature works. Let's try this again. The secret knowledge consists of the way in which, vitalized by the power of light, a spark of which the alchemists held exists in all things, nature work. The full understanding of the mystery of the creation gave the alchemists the mastery of the four elements: fire, air, water, and earth. The four elements embrace all matter, whether hot or cold, dry or wet, everything. And then there's a medieval thing of weighing the soul. I mean, that's just grotesque. I mean, you can't tell me that Christianity is not the true Satanism. I guess. I mean, it's horrendous. Their paintings and everything are horrendous. Nicholas Flamel, the alchemist, figures of Abraham the Jews. It's not so much better. I mean, it's better. It's not as bad as the Christian art. The Christian art is horrendous. Things that existed is composed of them in different proportions, and change can be wrought in them by various treatments. Fire, if allowed to go out, becomes ashes. Earth, air, if sufficiently compressed, becomes water. Water, if brought to a boil, changes into vapor. Air. Earth, if burnt, can be dissolved into fire. The above are the simplest forms of transmutation. By infinitely more complicated ones, the alchemists claimed to be able to produce the philosopher's stone, which would not only turn lead into gold, but form the elixir of life. The agents used for the transformation were mercury, sulfur, and salt. These were put into vessels known as the ludol, or the philosophic egg. It represented the earth in which a new creation was about to take place. The ludol was put in the athanor, as the alchemist's furnace is called, and its contents subjected to the series of complicated operations. Various accounts give them of maceration. Various accounts give them as maceration, sublimation, fermentation, calcination, projection, separation, revivification, putrefaction, coagulation, exaltation, multiplication. But it is safe to say that several of these processes are combined, as the total would certainly be 7, that being the mystic number. The illustration of the alchemic figure of Abraham the Jew we owe to Nicholas Flamel, who reproduced it as a fresco. At the top of the painting, there are the pictures of the 7 squares. Their meanings are given as follows. So these must be the squares it's talking about. There's 5, 7. I guess that's the 7 squares. One, Mercury holds a caduceus. Saturn is in a cloud, armed with a scythe. Interpretation, maceration of common mercury mixed with common salt and vitriol by the god Mercury, whose legs Saturn is about to cut off with his scythe. Okay. Lovely. guess it means something to the alchemists. The practical and the symbolic combination of alchemy. Of course, nobody was taking a bath, so it must have sucked. 2. A mountain with 7 caverns and 7 black and yellow serpents. One serpent devouring another, has golden wings. At the foot of one griffin trying to eat another. At the summit of the mountain is a bough of golden branches bearing red and white flowers and tossed by the north wind. Interpretation, sublimation of the macerated mercury by a flower shaken by the wind and guarded by 2 winged dragons. 3. The garden of Hesperids, enclosed with hedges, in the middle an oak stalk and a rose bush with golden leaves. The rivulet springs from the foot of the oak, and the blind men are seeking for the rivulet, but cannot find it. Interpretation, a revivification of the sublimated mercury by a spring which issues from the foot of a rose bush planted in a beautiful garden. 4. King Herod, crowned in the field, orders a massacre of the innocents. Soldiers are falling at vat with their blood. 7 children are dead. Interpretation, a preparation of the work of silver and gold by unprepared common mercury, represented by the sun and moon bathing in children's blood. 5. The caduceus, formed by 2 serpents swallowing each other while twined round a golden rod. Interpretation, solution, and volatilization. The 2 serpents are the 2 parts of the resolved metal, one earthly, the other one watery, which have to be fixed by each other. 7. The dead serpent crucified. Interpretation, coagulation, I know how to say it, and I'm going to have to go do it again. Coagulation, collection and fixation of the volatilizate. The volatilizate. Coagulation and fixation of the volatilizate. Don't know. Desert with 4 springs from which rivers are flowing. 4 small serpents are creeping about the desert. Interpretation, multiplication, represented by springs and the serpent. This final stage bears out the statement of other alchemists that once the great work is completed, the stone can be increased indefinitely. Appears in fact to have been a powder. A small pinch of it was said to be sufficient to turn a pound of lead into gold, to cure illness, or if taken twice yearly, prolong life. Below these pictures are those of Nicholas Flamel and his family and his wife Perennial, St. Peter's, St. Paul, God the Father. They are also given alchemic significance. In the lower compartment, the 2 dragons, male and female, significantly the fixate and volatilizate. A man and woman, signifying the 2 natures reconciled, 3 resurrected bodies, which are the hope, are the body, the soul, the spirit of the white stone, 2 angels, and a man holding a lion paw, which signify the achievement of the work. Blah, 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 blah. And that's, I guess, what he's talking about. And they got the most ridiculous clothing. The life of the Kabbalist, from whom they derived much of their doctrine, the alchemists spent long hours teaching themselves how to remain perfectly still, as this was essential if they were to compel the spirit to leave the body. Absolute concentration is the first importance of performing the magical operation. So this is called astral projecting, out-of-body experience. It is achieved only gradually by focusing the mind on one object. In due course, the magician must advance to a state in which he can empty his mind completely. Finally, he conjures up an apparition of himself standing in front of himself. Actually, this is what the Egyptians would have called his ka. Ka. K-A. His etheric double, which he has forced out of his body. His spirit then leaves the body and enters the ka, enabling it to ascend to the astral planes, but still attached to his physical body by what is called the silver cord. The transparent link which keeps alive enables him to return to it. The above is sufficient to give the reader some idea of the great erudition of symbolism and knowledge of the prophecies ascribed to innumerable mythical beasts, not to mention the practical ability to manipulate substances and temperatures that was required to become a successful alchemist. And here I would like to make it clear that all this immense study, labor, and expense went for nothing, was utterly wasted, unless the alchemist had an upright and honest soul. In true alchemy, there is no question at all of sorcery. Intense self-discipline was required, a passionate desire to achieve a higher state of being. The alchemist did not call upon the powers of either light or darkness to aid him. He was a philosophy based on what he believed to be the eternal verities. By prayer and faith, he worked himself up into a state of exaltation which enabled him temporarily to destroy his personality and pass out of his body and become one with light. In his Cinque Livres, the 5th century alchemist Nicholas Valois wrote, "The good God granted me this divine secret through my prayers and good intentions. I had of using it well. The science is lost if purity of heart is lost. It will be appreciated that such men were rare and passed on their great secrets only to those whom they believed worthy to share it. There is also an interesting fact that all treatises of alchemy vary only in detail. Abraham the Jew, perhaps some other earlier sage, had revealed to him or believed that he had fathomed the explanation of man's relation with the universe. Those who came after him accepted the explanation as entirely satisfactory, so never sought to alter or improve upon it." God, is that something that's going to be frickin' in French? Oh, fuck. Nothing against the French. I just can't speak. I barely speak English as I'm demonstrating. I hope there's an English translation of it. Oh yeah, I'm not going to be able to read that thing no matter what, no matter how much I want to. It's all French. Among the most celebrated alchemists were Hendrik Conrath, Basil Valentine, Micelus, Brackhausen, George Ripley, Noel Dufay, Nicholas Melchior, Petrus Bonus, Seleni, Salomon, Trismussen, Cabral, Ellis Ashmole, the founder of Ashmole Library in Oxford. In view of the great rewards believed to be obtained, boundless wealth and serene longevity, it is not surprising that for every genuine alchemist there were scores of men who spent much of their time and money endeavoring to produce the Philosopher's Stone. Strange colored lights in their laboratories were seen through chinks between drawn curtains at night, and horrid smells issued with the smoke from the chimneys. The noise of the bellows with which they blew up the fires of their furnaces led to their being derisively termed puffers. No doubt many of these dabblers were sorcerers and practiced witchcraft in the hope that it would help them to penetrate the great secret. Nevertheless, they bravely risked persecution for heresy, and some of them we owe a debt, for at times their experiments led to an advance in chemistry. For instance, one of them, Johann Kunkels von Lohenstern, stumbled on the answer to the riddle how Brand of Hamburg had isolated phosphorus, and another, Ballas de Verginar, chanced to discover benzoic acid. Whew. Who would have thought this was that intense? But it is. Sorcerers. These may perhaps be best defined as men who have mastered the secret of harnessing occult power. The accounts given in the Old Testament of the doings of Balaam, Tobias, and Moses show them all to have been sorcerers. But they were not evil, supposedly. It is only when the sorcerer uses his power for his own ends that he becomes a black magician, and there were considerable numbers of these in Europe during the Middle Ages. One reason why they became Satanists is not far to seek. In those days, unless one was well born and went into the church, there was very little opportunity of advancement, and many of the more intelligent of the yeoman class who had received some education doubtlessly felt that God, from whom they were told all blessings flowed, had provided them with fewer than the devil might well give. Such men probably received their first instructions from the little people and had it passed down to them by older practitioners of the black art. The odds that the comparatively few of them went to the Sabbaths, they were usually solitaries who achieved the reputation of wise men, after which their customers came to them with stealth at night and paid them well to cast spells. Occultism was clearly denounced by the Mosaic Law, Leviticus 24, no, 20, 29, 21, it's 29, 31, regarding not them that have familiar spirits, neither seek after wizards to be defiled by them. Several Roman emperors had also forbidden the practice of sorcery. Even so, until the 13th century, the penalty inflicted on sorcerers was comparatively mild. The ecclesiastical councils, such as that of Laodicea in 363 and the Berkhamsted in 697, did more than decree that sorcerers should be excommunicated and fined, and the secular judge of the Middle Ages did not deal with them harshly. A witch or wizard who had eaten human flesh could get out of trouble by paying 200 golden sous, whatever it is, S-O-U-S. The sorcerers were even to some extent protected, because a person who accused another of being one and failed to prove it was severely punished. It was not until the church had become more powerful and fanatical prelates had got the upper hand that the commandment of Exodus 22:18 was invoked, "Thou shalt not suffer a witch to live." After the denunciation were welcomed, the accused, guilty or not guilty alike, were subjected to harsh treatment in the hope of wringing the confession from them. In this, no difference was made between the sorcerer and the alchemist, or a man who naturally curiosity led them to make experiments in primitive science. The rabbi Jekyll, who lived in France, may well have been part of the alchemist or part scientist, for he said to have lightened his house by supernatural power, and when the unwelcome visitor arrived, by pressing a button, to have made sparks flash from his door knocker, which strongly suggested that he had stumbled on electricity. Despite the church's new uncompromising attitude towards sorcery, many of her ambitious junior priests sold themselves to the devil in exchange for worldly success. The effect of insufflation was well known. Insufflation, By this process of prolonged warm breathing on a person of the opposite sex, sexual desire is aroused. So many priests applied this method of preparing to seduce women who knelt before them while confessing, that Augustine, Jerome, and Gregory all publicly condemned it as sorcery. The cure of the Pythane seduced the Dame Lady Leo in this fashion, and was burnt at the stake for it. So too in 1611 was Louis Godfrey, a priest of Aculus near Marseilles, when in prison charged with this and numerous foul sorceries. His examiner found the devil's mark in 3 places upon his body, small areas in which he could feel no pain. Another case was the Pierre Giard of Aix, I guess it's Aix, and in 1731, having seduced Mademoiselle Cadre, he committed many revolting acts on her, trading upon her simplicity and religious fervor, but in due course her parents learnt of it, and he was arrested. In her ecstasy, this young woman displayed the stigma, and it is a curious feature of those ecclesiastical sorcerers that many of the women concerned developed bleeding hands, feet, and foreheads, and other Christ-like phenomena. Isn't that interesting? Sorcery, once again, connected with Christianity. More usually, these physical manifestations appeared on nuns of extreme piety who became frenzied during their passionate devotions, and it was assumed by some that these brides of Christ were possessed by their divine husband. As this cannot possibly have been the case with women having sexual relations with evil priests, it can only be assumed that the dark power caused the manifestation to encourage the women to give themselves up to sin still further. The most sensational case of this kind was of Urbain Grandier. This priest was confessor to nuns at the convent of Loudun, and according to accounts of his trial in 1634, by means of sorcery he converted a whole place into a harem for himself. When he was examined, witch marks were also found on him. Even after he had been burnt, the nuns continued for a continual time to behave lecherously and to blaspheme. It took several exorcists to free them from their demons that Grandier had used to possess them. Aldous Huxley wrote a book on the subject and suggested that the ravings of the nuns and their baldy behavior were really due to a certain type of rye and the bread they ate. But that would not account for the many other cases in which nuns became possessed owing to abuse of lecherous priests. As we have seen earlier, it is not only junior clerics who became Satanists. Several popes and even bishops practiced the black art. All over Europe, too, there were laymen practicing sorcery. In Germany, they were particularly prevalent, and in England, they had the notorious John Dee. He combined sorcery, astrology, and necromancy with genuine science and great learning. He advised Queen Elizabeth I on a preposterous propitious date for her coronation and gave her lessons in mysticism. In 1560, a wax image of the Queen with a pin thrust through its heart was found in Lincoln's Inn Fields. This caused great alarm, and immediately Her Majesty was informed of it, sent for John Dee to cast a spell for her protection. His other activity was as a brilliant mathematician and geographer, advising navigator on the routes they should take on their voyages of discovery. It was, however, his misfortune to have as his companion Edward Kelley, who was the worst type of rogue. It was owing to Kelley that he had to spend the latter years of his life in Poland and Bohemia in very poor circumstances. In France, in the 14th century, there lived one of the greatest sorcerers of all time, Joan of Arc, protector of Gilles de Reyes. So there's Joan of Arc, protector, Gilles de Reyes. He was born in 1404. His parents died when he was still in his teens. He inherited vast wealth. At that time, the English were masters of the greater part of the northern France, including the Rhines. Did I miss something there? Is there any kind of image? Oh yeah, there it is. There he is. Gilles de Reyes, one of the blackest sorcerers in history. Well, maybe that's not such a bad thing after all. Opposite is a pact written in his own blood, with which Urbain Grandier sold his soul to the devil. And I can't make head or tail to any of that, but if you say so, bro. Then they get the people burning. Isn't that lovely? Burning of Urbain Grandier. Until a French ruler had been crowned there, he was not recognized as the king of France. So the heir to the late king continued to be known as Dauphin de Rez, was one of the barons who went to his assistance. He proved himself an excellent soldier, and with John raised the siege of Orleans. This proved the turning point for the 100-Year War. From then on, the fortunes of the English declined, and John won many victories. Dauphin was crowned in Reims Cathedral as Charles VII, and de Rez, at the age of 26, was made Marshal of France. In 1430, Jean was captured by the Bulgarians and handed over to their English allies. For some inexplicable reason, neither her king nor de Rez made any attempt either to rescue or ransom her. She was tried by a French ecclesiastical court as a heretic and burnt at the stake. So Jones would be Joan of Arc, huh? Soon after, de Rez seems to have lost all interest in war. He retired to his enormous castle at Tefanges and Brittany, and lived there in a splendor that outdid the court of the king. Gilles was far from being a typical uncouth, lice-ridden baron of his period. He spoke Latin fluently, dressed always in the finest silks, and had his head curled and his beard dyed blue. It was to this latter fancy that later led to his becoming thought of as the Bluebeard of the fairy tales. But the story originated in the East. de Rez, I think that's how you de Rez. I guess de Rez was a great lover of the beautiful and lavish patron of the arts. He supported a crown of hangers-on as well as scores of men at arms, huntsmen, musicians, poets, jugglers, and a host of servants. He sounds like he was an interesting guy. Even his immense wealth could not stand the strain, and after a few years, he had to begin selling off parts of his estate. Then he took to alchemy. He had This is a naked woman flying. Yay! Boobies! The Marquise de Brinvilliers suffering water torture under interrogation. Oh, that's terrible. They must have been. What the hell is wrong with these? The people were sick. Who was more evil? That's the question. Sounds like nothing but evil comes from them everywhere. The wing of the castle converted. No. The castle converted into a great laboratory, and there shut up with Antoni di Parlerne, a Francisco Lombard, and the Paris goldsmith Jean Petit, and they spent days on end. He spent days on end. His attempt to become an alchemist having failed, he turned to the black arts. Soon there were rumors that children had disappeared from nearby villages, and the horrors of his practice upon them were almost beyond belief. Caressing them and feeding them with sweets before suddenly committing sodomy on them and then disemboweling them. In the 1440s, he committed the cardinal folly of attacking another man in a church. For this sacrilege, he was arrested. Accusations of sorcery followed. He was condemned, and before his execution, he made such pious repentance that the hearts of all present seemed to have been touched, and he was received back into the church. Later, the skeletons and skulls of no fewer than 200 children were dredged up from the moat of his castle. This monster was one of the most fiendish bestial sadists that ever inhabited a human body. The most potent of all ceremonies practiced by sorcerers who are Satanists is the Black Mass. But let us be clear that this is the name given to the ceremony only in Christian countries. In any country, any ritual which is the reversal of travesty of the most sacred ritual normally celebrated in it is effect a black mass. Travesty. In any country, any ritual which is a reversal or travesty of the most sacred ritual normally celebrated, and it is in effect a black mass. The salient feature is that the representative of the power of light should be abjured and the power of darkness invoked by offering up blood and semen. A fair example is the practice by Mau Mau when they were endeavoring to terrorize the British into abandoning Kenya. Particulars of it were sent to me by an intelligence officer who had witnessed an initiation ceremony. After taking fearful oaths to the dark gods, the initiates vowed to murder all white men, women, and children wherever opportunity offered. And to bind his vow, he copulated with a sow, the female pig, which was then slaughtered and eaten. So he had sex with a female pig, and then they ate it. In Christian countries, to be a maximum maximum pontice of black mass potency, to be of maximum potency, a black mass should be performed by a priest, and should he have been unfrocked, this makes no difference to the power inherent in him. But anyone sufficiently debased can perform a ritual of this kind. At a black mass, everything possible is done to done the opposite way to the correct procedure. The cross on the altar is upside down, the crooked or broken. The acolytes should be youths who readily give themselves to sodomy, and the censers that they swing instead of incense, opium, and other drugs are burnt. The celebrant wears a black cape embroidered with serpents and other satanic emblems. He is naked beneath it, and it is open down in the front, exposing his genitals. The congregation should preferably be wearing animal costumes and masks. The litany and prayers are recited backwards. The congregation responds are animal howls, snufflings, and grunts. The ceremony is performed on the body of a naked woman, preferably a virgin. In the Middle Ages, on her bottom, or later on her belly. On the altar is the mattress covered with black cloth. She lies there on this with her head on a pillow, below a broken crucifix. Her arms are spread out, and in her hands she holds two black candles made from human fat. Her legs dangle down over the edge of the altar. Each time during the ritual that the priest should kiss the altar, instead of his kissing the vagina of a woman, the sacramental wafers stolen from the church are scattered on the floor. The congregation tramples, then urinates on them while repudiating Christ and vilifying the Virgin Mary. Some of the broken wafers are put in a chalice. The celebrant is handed an infant. He cuts its throat on the belly of the woman who is lying on the altar, catches its blood in a chalice. Having drank some of the blood, he sprinkles the rest of it on the congregation, who by then, incited to a frenzy by the smoke from the drugs and the censer, are howling. What the hell? People really did this. After torture, the Marquise de Brinvilliers are on her way to execution. La Voisin Catherine Dacius, the fortune teller and sorcerer. Imprecations and blasphemies. Finally, the celebrant copulates with the woman while the congregation, as though possessed by demons, frantically stake their lust on one another in every way possible to conceive. History records that in the Middle Ages there were hundreds of evil priests who celebrated black masses, and their number probably reached an apex later in the reign of Louis the 14th. At that time in France, the Catholic Church had been split by the so-called Jansenist heresy, the Jansenist heresy, which greatly weakened the hold of orthodoxy among the laity, and the ascendancy gained by the dark power is demonstrated by the fact that in the 7 years between 1673 and 1680, over 50 priests were executed for sacrilege and sorcery, and many others imprisoned. The activities of these sorcerers were by no means confined to sexual excesses and casting horoscopes. They dealt in potions for every need, and many of them were poisoners. And I'm sure that poisoners were also sent over to the Americas to poison a lot of the people and to weaken them. And that's what made it so easy for them to, in so small numbers, conquer over such big areas. Because if you poison the water first, you weaken the people. That's just one strategy, but not all the strategy of conquering a peoples. It's just the way it is. Anyways, so at that time there were hundreds of witches in France practicing more or less openly, and through them a terrible epidemic of poisoning swept the country. Hundreds of unscrupulous people paid lavishly for the means to kill relatives from whom they expected to inherit. Among these was the beautiful Marquise de Villers. After trying out various poisons on unfortunate patients in hospitals, she and her lover poisoned her father and her two brothers. Wow! And an attempt on her husband's failed, and the papers incriminating her were found. She escaped to England, but was arrested at Leeds, maybe that's what it is, Legs, in 1676, brought to prayers, tried, condemned, and executed. During her trial, she declared, "Half of the people of quality are involved in this sort of thing, and if I cared to talk, I should ruin them." It was probably her trial that led to the king setting up a special court under his lieutenant of police to investigate such crimes. Inquiries led to the arrest of Catherine Deshays, known as La Voisin, a society fortune teller and sorceress. In her house there was found a satanic temple with all the usual trappings and black candles and a mattress on the altar and so on. Behind it lay a furnace containing charred bones of children who had been sacrificed in black masses on the naked bodies of ladies of the court. Further investigation revealed that the king's mistress, Francisco Athenius, I don't know how to pronounce this, Marquise de Montespan, had been one of them. So he suppressed the court's further findings. His earlier mistress had been Louise de la Vallières, and Anthonius de Montespan wished to supplant her, In 1667, Athenius consulted Lavoisin, who procured a pure marquette to celebrate the Mass upon her. With that intention, a few months later, the king had taken her as his mistress. However, the career of Athenius is an example of the fact that Satan is far from being the master who can be relied upon. Wherever he sights better game, he throws the devotee overboard without hesitation. A few years later, Athenius feared that she was about to lose the king's love, so she again repaired to Lavoisin. This time the sorceress procured for her another priest, the infamous Abi Jaborg. I don't know if I can pronounce these people's names right, who had celebrated the Black Mass on many women. God dang. I mean, do you ever wonder if you ever dated one of these women before and didn't know it? People are such liars, you can't trust anybody. How many times have a woman told me she loved me and they're not with me now? So that's just an empty words. And just part of those package of seduction for the most part. Anyways. Okay, so this time the sorceress procured for her another priest, the infamous Avi Gaiborg, who had celebrated the Black Mass on many women. He did so on Athenius, but Satan ignored her plea for help, and for an excellent reason. The rival who succeeded her in the king's affection was the governess of the royal children, Madame de Maintenon. In the name of piety, this evil woman persuaded Louis to revoke the Edict of Nantes, by which his grandfather Henry IV had granted freedom of religion to all his people. This resulted in the persecution of the Huguenots. Many thousands of these French Protestants were disposed of their homes and property and driven into exile. Satan's work was well carried out by the disruption of the lives of these honest, hard-working citizens who only wished to worship God in their own fashion. For them it must have been a grievous time, but their enforced immigration greatly benefited England and the United States and South Africa. And there's some of their paraphernalia. I don't know, man. I don't understand why anybody wants to do that. I just don't understand it. I mean, I'd rather just be poor and nobody than to try to ruin anybody else's life just so I could live in the illusion that my life's better. You know what I mean? The mandrake, the root used in witches' potions, that was said to resemble the human form and to shrek when torn from the ground. And to shrek? What? Okay. Look at that. The paradilino that makes it look like it's got eyes and everything. Opposite, the Holy Inquisition, 2 heretics condemned to death. He will require a sword and knife with a ebony handle, a wand, and a cauldron, and a pestle, and mortar, candlesticks, and candles, and a cup, and copper trays, in which to burn herbs, and a mirror or crystal, and an astrolabe, and a number of books and appropriate robes. To procure all these does not sound very difficult, but the trouble is that to be a maximum effect, they should be made by the magician himself from virgin materials. When that is not done, they should at least be brand new, for if they have been used by anyone else, that person's aura will have affected them and quite possibly produce a dangerous reaction when the magician uses them in an occult ceremony. If a magician is an alchemist, he will also need an althornor, a furnace in the shape of an egg, at least 2 score special instruments for his transmutations. If he's a Satanist, then the candles must be black and made of human fat, preferably that of a murderer or a stillborn infant. And sulfur, a human skull, is also a useful adjunct. According to their operation contemplated, various herbs and extractions are needed, either for burning or mixing in potions. Aconite, pure alcohol, elder shoots, bitter aloes, ambergris. What is ambergris? Anise, asafoetida, basil, belladonna, black hellebore, camphor, cedar shavings, celandrin, cinnamon, civet, cloves, coriander, cyllamin, deadly nightshade, endives, fern, frankincense, there you go, galbanum, galenol, garlic, ginseng, gladwin, hawthorn, hazel shoots, heliotrope, hemlock. He's just going through the whole damn freaking. Okay, hemlock, henbane, honey, jasmine, laurel leaves, mace, mandrake, marjoram, magest, mint, musk, mirth, myrtle, narcissus, nettle, nuc, vomisa, vomisa, anica, opium, what is this here? Parsley, pepper, periwinkle, persillons, rosemary, rue, saffron, sage, salt, sandalwood, scamoni. Sounds like a chant, and I'm doing a chant right now. Storic, sulfur, tar water, thorn apple, valerian, vervain, vinegar, vitriol, wormwood, and yew. That's an awful lot of stuff just to make it. Well, it's just people are still into that stuff. It's been going on since the day immemorial. In addition to these parts, the various beasts and bird and reptiles are required for specific purposes. Eye of frog and tail of newt. Good luck finding a newt these days. and so on. As Shakespeare put it, put the things that counted above, all when pronouncing a curse or composing a love charm, what will be able to include in the brew something worn by a person at whom the spell was aimed, or better still, some part of his anatomy, nail parings, and some hair from a brush or comb, much better though, hard to come by, a few pubic hairs, some drops of blood on a bandage from a cut finger, or a little flask of urine, or a pot of excrement, were very potent. But best of all was a piece of sheet that has been soiled by the person, or a sanitary towel soaked in menstrual blood. To have forged the tools, learnt the rituals, and acquired these nauseous horrors, nauseous horrors, was still not enough unless the magician had prepared to risk his own destruction by calling upon the powers of darkness to carry out his wishes. For conjuring up a demon, he used either a Calvisicle of Solomon, a copy of which had been taken by Rabbi Aben Ezra to Arles in Provence, seized during the prosecution of the Jews, and then translated by Archbishop Arles, or the Grimoire of Pope Honorius. I don't know what this going on. But I know one thing. Don't want to be part of any of that. The more you learn this stuff, it depends on who you are, but I don't want to be any part of any of this on either side of this stuff, because you can't in the end really tell who is the good guy or not. The people pretend they are. You know what I mean? But they love bomb you, and then you find out later they're just like, they're no different than the people they call bad guys. So what he's saying is the Calvisicle of Solomon may be the same thing as the Keys of Solomon. Okay. But first he had to protect himself by drawing 2 magic circles, and within the inner one a pentacle in which he inscribed many occult symbols, and in the space between the 2 circles some such abjuration as I'm in nomen pa, tres et fi, la et spiros, sancti, hail helium, soter, Emmanuel, Sabbath, agia, the tetragrammaton, agios, O Theos, is cryos, for only when inside the circle was he saved. He should he forget to get himself for a moment and put foot outside it, at best he would be struck senseless, at worst die of a heart attack. Demons do not come to serve sorcerers willingly. They resent being distracted from their own nefarious duties and have to be coerced. This can be done only if the magician knows their names, and the names are of immense importance, because in a magical sense they are the essence of the individual. So it's pretty much, it comes down to the choice of two evils, right? Which are the choice of the least of two evils. And this is what this problem of this place is. And we can blame all day human beings, but the supposed God of this place, or the gods, don't do anything about it. A calf's heart stuck with thorns for witchcraft discovered in Devon chimney. And then they got that ugly thing. That's really nice to see. Opposite is a Polynesian mask. It's very disturbing looking. Very disturbing looking. Not a thing of beauty. At least to my eyes. But somebody else's eyes, that might be a thing of beauty. But I find that horrendous. What is the meter there down? I don't even know what that is. Okay. Primitive man gives name was primitive man's given name was known only to his parents. For everyday purposes, he assumed another, because if an enemy found out his real name, he could use it to do him an evil. It will be recalled that in those early conversations between Abraham and Jehovah, the latter was too cagey to give his name and simply said, I am that I am, for fear of Abraham might have an advantage over him. I never thought of that. Yeah, however, by Middle Ages, it seemed to have become generally accepted that God the Father's real name was Tetragrammaton, and those of the Lucifer's once beautiful companions now became hideous monstrosities, or also known. MacGregor Mathers, a very prominent occultist of modern times and an early associate of Aleister Crowley, listed the 10 evil Sephiroths under the super command of Samuel as follows: Moloch, Beelzebub, Luciferage, Astaroth, Amostios, Belphegor, Baal, Adramelech, Lilith, and Nanamoth. These leaves out Abaddon, Mammon, Leviathan, Baal, Uciel, Nibrios, and Thanatos, all of whom I should have thought ranked pretty high, but having had no commerce with any of these gentry, I am in no position to judge. Richard Cavendish, in his emerald book, The Black Arts, tells us that the Arbatel of magic lists 7 Olympic spirits who rule the planets: Eratron, Saturn, Bethor, Jupiter, Peleg, Mars, Ak, I guess, the Sun, Hagith, Venus, Opal, Mercury, Thul, the moon. Each of them has subordinate spirits, and any sorcerer who knows his business would obviously call upon whichever of these many entities he regarded as most suitable to the operation at hand. However, perhaps the greatest authority on demons was John Weir, the physician to the Duke of Cleves in the 16th century. In his famous book, Pseudo Monarchia Dame Munum, if I pronounce it right, provided the Burke's peerage of the dark powers and calculated that the demons host number at 7,490 and 170. So 7,409. 7,409,127, led by 79 priests. Good Lord. I don't even know what any of that means, except there's a whole hell lot of them. There's a whole lot of them. Monarchia Dee Num. I don't know if we can find that or not. I don't even know if I want to find it. It's going from dark to darker to the total darkness in this book. Okay, the word should perhaps be added about protection from demons and evil spirits. They intensely dislike the smell of garlic, so people who fear their attentions often wore a wreath of it about their necks. Salt, too, is an abomination to them because it is a preservative and their business in destruction. A symbol that has long been venerated as a representation of good is a protection owing to its having acquired an aura of light. What? Any symbol that has long been venerated as a representation of good is a protection, owing to its having acquired an aura of light. The most ancient symbol of this kind is the swastika. But the reverse of that adopted by the Nazis as their emblem. Another is the horseshoe, and most potent in the Christian countries is obviously the crucifix. It will give protection even to people who have become atheists. Anyone troubled by evil manifestations should not hesitate to say, "Avaunt thee, Satan," and call on the name of call on Jesus Christ. I don't know about that. I wonder if that just makes things worse. Honestly, I think they made things worse. No one who has not called on the powers of darkness need ever fear them. We all have that spark of light within us, and defiance followed by an appeal for help with the faith that it will be given will never remain unanswered. Reverting now to the magician, having carried out the ritual with the most scrupulous care. Standing in his pinnacle, holding his sword and wand, the sorcerer addresses the demon required in, and more or less following the terms. I conjure and command thee, O Spirit XYZ, by Bear Barrel Leminis Balda Chinis Pafmachi Apollo Deans, Deeds, I don't know, and the most powerful prince Gino and Liachid. If I said any of that right, maybe it doesn't really matter. Ministers of the seat of Taurus, and the chief prince of the throne of Apollogian. So, Tartarus, the ministers of the seat of Tartarus, and the chief prince of the throne of Apollogia, and the ninth region. By him whom spoke, and it was done by the most holy and glorious name, Adonai Elham Elhai Zabaoth Elon Eskers, I don't know, Eskers, jar, tetragram, appear forthwith and show thyself to me here outside this circle, a fair and human shape, without honor and deformity and without delay. Speak to me vividly, clearly, and without deceit. Answer all my demands, and perform all that I desire. Do not linger. The King of Kings command thee. Okay. Thus it was that for several centuries men all over Europe who had the tenacity of purpose to spend many years studying and disciplining themselves to risk being tortured and burnt at the stake, and the courage to face terrifying entities from spheres unknown, explored and bent on their will the invisible influences. A certain number of them were alchemists. Though the confused doctrines of many sects, they have discerned the true knowledge of the co-equal powers of good and evil that so mysteriously influence our every act. They secretly carry the torch that every man has God within him and can achieve advancements only through himself. But the great majority were evil men, inspired by the dark power to encourage lust, depravity, greed, and to sow dissension and cause illness and death, and they act as the willing agents of the destroyer. The Sabbaths. During the centuries in which the Plantagenet kings ruled England and a great part of France from the Tower of London and Windsor Castle. Those courageous missionaries who first crossed the Rhine and penetrated the dark forces of Germany had been followed generation after generation by many others, so that from the Moorish frontiers of Spain to the sparsely populated north, Christianity had become official religion throughout the whole of Western Europe. The problem is that Christianity is based on a lie too, so then we're in a terrible situation. And it's true that I'm not just making this stuff up. I wish I was. And he brings up, he brought it up earlier in the book. There's no evidence for it. So what are you supposed to do now? Live in a lie, or follow the darkness. We're kind of, catch 22 here, aren't we? And the city's early Gothic cathedrals were going up, and in the towns and villages, churches enough to accumulate their whole population on Sundays. But in those times, habits changed very slowly, especially in the country, where unless they had to go with their local lord to the wars, most men died within half a mile of the place where they had been born, never traveling further than the nearest market town. I have lived in other places, but I'm pretty much what they're saying. I'm going to end up dying about half a mile from my town where I was born. From Neolithic times, the simple country folk have never ceased to venerate the horn god. During the centuries of the Roman rule, and for many generations afterwards, he had been worshipped openly with music, dancing, and processions, in which young girls scattered flowers before him and on feast days. Later again, for many generations, the church pandered to those jollifications, calling him Jack in the Green or a Robin Goodfellow. But gradually the rule of the church grew sterner, and less license was permitted, until at length the old gods' high days were taken over by Christian saints. Yet the old gods did not die. Perhaps the people still had a need of him. They found no satisfaction in a religion that failed to provide an occasional outlet for their love for revelry. Many of them, too, had more faith in the Barney Goat Man as a provider of good harvests and bonny babies than in the sad figure that hung so pitifully from the cross. After all, no amount of fasting, chanting of dirges, and wearing of hair shirts had persuaded him to put a stop to the Black Death until the terrible plagues had killed off a third of the population in England. So the weekly espate, the weekly espate and monthly Sabbath became a regular feature of the country life throughout Western Europe, and for many centuries there was nothing particularly wicked about them. What is an espate? That's the next question. There are all these books. What's an S? I should have studied the dictionary. As boring as it may have been. I'm assuming I spelled it wrong. Espet. Etymology, the term espet derived from Old French. It's the espetre, modern French. Okay, it's French. What does it mean in English? Espet, the meeting of a coven of witches. Okay. It must be remembered that in those days there were no buses and motorbikes to take young people into the nearest town, to cinemas and dance halls, and no local football or cricket club or bingo hall. The people were poor and worked from dawn to dusk. Very few of them could read or even afford candles to provide light for parlor games on the winter evenings. Apart from hiring fairs and the feasts of the church, their only form of relaxation was the espate, or the coven, the witches' coven. It would therefore be fair to look on it as a weekly local nightclub. Sabbaths were usually held at the full of the moon 4 times a year. There were grand Sabbaths, such as those held in Germany on the Brücken, at which several congregations together celebrated the old gods' feasts. These were February the 2nd, Candlemas, April 30th, well, Purgisnech, I guess, August the 1st, Lammas, and October 31st, Halloween. People all brought their contributions of poultry or poached game, fruits, cakes, honey, home-brewed drinks, and congregated on a deserted moorland or in a forest glade. The man who represented the god dressed for the part as a goat, stag, dog, or bull, received homage in the god's name. He would, as we may assume, have been a cheerful, popular fellow and probably the village joker. And when homage had been paid, he and the village wise woman gave advice on problems about which members of the congregation would not have cared to counsel the priest, and provided herbal remedies for those in need of them. He then assumed a role similar to that of the master of the ceremonies in a modern village hop and led the revels. Those who played instruments brought them and formed a band. Everyone else danced and joined in the sort of games that are still played at child's parties. And then these simple folk, who for the rest of the week could afford only the poorest of fare, pooled all the good things they had brought and merrily set to on a real tuckin. Like it's a real tuckin. I don't know what a tuckin is. Does anybody know what a tuckin is? I sure hell don't. I don't even know who's even listening to me. Doesn't even matter. Tuck in. Meaning tuckin bed, tuckin shirt, tuckin. I don't know what it is. Fuck if I know what it is. They got like clothing and meaningless expression, a real tuckin, but I don't know what a tuckin is. They feast, is it a table? Is that what it means? Is some kind of like a table, maybe? The feast over, full to the gills with strong ale, cider, elder, cow's lips, and dandelion wine. The fun, as can be imagined, came fast and furious. Fornication and adultery were held to be sins of the Christian God, but the old religion taught that such doings aided fertility in crops and cattle, and the sanctity of marriage had not then been generally accepted as a serious matter. The lord of the manor could have any young woman who took his fancy, and if she had a child with them, so much the better, as it meant a rich grandfather for the baby. And many a lord could claim to have sired over 100 children by girls on his estate. Moreover, in those days, among the peasantry, few parents objected to two young people who were well suited entering into a trial marriage or spending what was termed a proving night before they decided whether they liked one another well enough to have their union regularized by the church. And if they elected to seek other bedfellows, no shame was thought of either. Came cockcrow, and the revelers, tired but happy, wended their way back to their poor hovels to face another week of grueling work, but with the cheering thought that at its end, they would dance and feast and enjoy free love again. Such were the Esbates and the Sabbaths of the Middle Ages. But time changes all things, and early in the 16th century, the Sabbaths began to take a very different character. I suggest that the principal cause of this was the coming of the Reformation. Before it, peasantry had had no love for either begging friars or wealthy abbots, but the very vices of this indolent priesthood inclined them to condone the lawless morals of their flock. They knew all about the revels over which representatives of the old God presided, yet they never interfered. The only people tried and condemned for heresy were those stupid enough to deny Christ in public and to commit sacrilege in church. Well, I guess I'm pretty damn stupid. And will this shit come back again to haunt us? The Reformation swept away many of these venerable but tolerant priests and forced them to become zealots. A new type of clergy arose, earnest, vociferous, puritanical men who took their religion seriously and were determined to enforce conformity on everyone. It was they who stigmatized the old God as the devil and threatened with an eternal torment in the fires of hell any of their parishioners who attended a Sabbath. This must have scared many worthy folk into foregoing further visits to the Saturday evening nightclub. Moreover, this new type of priest preached with real conviction about the goodness of Christ and how he had sanctified himself too. This was a picture of them having a good old time. Sabbath witches with their families. Yeah, you might as well be naked. What the hell? Redeem mankind, and instead of Latin, their services were conducted in English, which everyone could understand. Printing had been invented, books slowly began to circulate, and the yeoman farmers learned to read. Much of the period's literature was religious, edifying tales of saints and martyrs, and horrifying accounts of who worshiped the old God were often carried away by demons. In the course of 2 generations, all this must have swung the great bulk of the population over from being only nominally Christian to becoming devout believers. A similar change of attitude took place in the Protestant countries on the continent. It occurred too in the still Catholic countries, but for a different reason. In them, the Holy Inquisition had by then got fully into its terrible stride. Sheer terror of being denounced as having attended the Sabbath and of being burnt at the stake drove greater parts of the people to abandon the old God. After a while, they became devout out of habit. But the great part of the Catholic clergy continued to be as depraved as ever, and we learn from history that Madeleine Bavette, the history of Madeleine Bavette, in 1623, at the age of 18, after being seduced by her confessor, she entered a convent in Les Verrières. There, Father David told her that God should be worshipped naked, as Eve had been in the Garden of Eden, as a sign of submission. And all nuns went naked to church and afterwards danced naked for the pleasure of the priest in the convent garden. The priest then incited the nuns to make lesbian love to one another and to copulate, some playing with male using leather phalluses. Later, a Father Picard became chaplain with one of Father Bolli, something like that, as his assistant. These two beauties were Satanists and turned the games into Sabbaths. The nuns were taken to a house near the convent where there were other priests and also laymen wearing animal costumes. A black mass was then performed with every form of blasphemy. On one occasion, one of the nuns brought her newborn child. It was sacrificed alive, then roasted and eaten. The meeting finished with every lecherous act that could be thought of. In 1647, Bolel, I guess, I don't pronounce that. Let's find out how you pronounce that.
Bull.
Bull. I said that completely wrong. So in 1647, Bull was burnt at the stake, and the corpse of Picard, who had died a few years earlier, was dug up and burnt with them. The unfortunate Madeleine died in prison at the age of 40. Outside the church, only the worst elements of the people were left to the old religion. The old gods, excuse me. These were outlaws and robbers who lived in the woods, men and women who were by nature anarchists and cherished a burning hatred of all authority, the greedy and unscrupulous who were prepared to risk discovery and punishment by the church in order to obtain the secrets of casting spells and of making love, phylacteries and poisons, which they could sell in secret for good money. Phylacteries. The power of darkness never sleeps, and here was a golden field for exploitation, from midnight picnics to bawdy gaiety, the Sabbaths changed to blasphemous parodies of Christian faith. Henceforth, anyone who wanted to attend them had first to be initiated into the coven, and the chief of each coven ruled it by terror. The initiate had to deny Christ, spit on the cross in a token of submission to the devil, and kiss the fundamental orifice of the goat man chief. Nice. They also had to sign their own blood in a pact with Satan, in which they surrendered their souls to him in exchange for a term of years in which he would ensure their prosperity. Such a pact signed by Urbain Grandier, who ravished the nuns and the coven in Lodin, had been preserved. It was also customary for worshippers to present their children to the chief of the coven, to sell them to the devil, and have them baptized into the satanic faith. It is quite probable that there are a number of people still living in whom this has happened. Soon after the publication of my first book, with an occult background, Devil Rides Out, a woman who said she had been sold to the devil came to see me. She had nothing to gain by lying, and she asked nothing from me from her personality and sincerity of matter. I believe that she was telling me the truth. She was quite respectable, middle-aged, and very sad. This was what she told me. Well, that's quite a thing, isn't it? From my childhood, I have always been queer. Although I like animals, no dogs will come near me. I cannot go into the church without being physically sick, and when night falls, I seem to wake up and feel the urge to go out and do all sorts of things. In my teens, I found that I had the power to ill-wish people, but I used it only mildly as a sort of wicked joke. Then I became a chorus girl. One evening I learnt that another girl had played me a filthy trick. We were in the dressing room. I picked up what remained of a cake of soap and squeezed it in my hands and put this curse on her. As I crushed this soap, so many of you could crush as I crush this soap, so may you be crushed by misfortune. About a year later, my elder sister told me that she had seen the girl. She was suffering from some unknown wasting disease. Was too ill to work and was living in poverty. I felt horrified and told my sister what I had done. She upbraided me and called me the daughter of devil. It was only as a result of this that I learnt my mother had been a witch and had sold me to the devil when I was a baby. This poor woman added that she had since learnt to control her anger, but was still afflicted by her queerness. Reverting to the change in the character of the Sabbath, the chief of the coven first read the litany of Satan out of the black book. Every member then had to report the evil he or she had done since the last meeting, and woe betide anyone who had failed to create trouble or grief. They were savagely whipped. The chief was always disgusted at was always disguised as some kind of animal, and the majority of the chiefs must have been powerful hypnotists to have been able to impose their will on the members who showed reluctance to conform. When the feast was held, filthy brews were drunk, loaded with aphrodisiacs, which would arouse the drinkers into sexual frenzy. Offals was eaten, and whenever possible, the flesh of a murdered child. The band struck up, but it played no tune, only made the horrid cacophonies. They danced, but back to back. Then the orgy began, and it was no manner of joyful, healthy lust. The witches and the warlocks came to these Sabbaths masked and clad to represent wild beasts and vermin, toads copulated with wildcats, and wolves with great blue bottles, rats with foxes, sometimes in pairs, often in groups, practicing every conceivable form of depravity and obscenity. Such were the Sabbaths of the 16th and 17th century, when the church in the Western Europe had replaced the horn god with the devil, and the power of darkness again came into its own. It's pretty damn wild, isn't it? It's hard to believe that that's part of our past.
If you're going to try, go all the way. Otherwise, don't even start. If you're going to try, go all the way. This could mean losing girlfriends, wives, relatives, jobs, and maybe your mind.
Seasons don't change.